Good afternoon and welcome to the Sid Gray Sporting Complex here in Roxborough for match number 9 of the BAGO T10 Blast. It is the Gunners, the Fort King George Gunners against the Islanders, and we are underway here. First delivery 4, second delivery, could be a wicket here. Yes, he's taken it. What a catch to start off the match. Outstanding bit of catching there in the outfield. It was going to land short of him, and he got forward and took it well, and Dial goes. Boundary off the first ball, dismissed second ball, and his poor run of form in this competition continues. Hello there, and welcome to Sheldon Rooks, who's beside me.
But he just got that a little bit high up on the bat, didn't he? Too much elevation, didn't get the distance that he was looking for. Shaquille Duncan had to run in off the boundary. They had him right on the boundary and took a very, very low catch. Well held by Shaquille Duncan.
Yeah, it certainly was a very good catch by Duncan, who is had run in a good way, maybe about 20 meters or so before he was able to take that catch. So Dial has been replaced here, and James is the new batsman. And James was man of the match 2 matches ago for the Islanders. So he'll be, that was the match in which they won their only game so far. Just to remind you of the tables, the Gunners on top with 12 points from 4 matches. The Divers in second place on 9. They just lost 1 match, and that was to the Gunners. The Islanders in third place, and the Rangers losing all 4 matches. So the Islanders looking, they have the advantage of creeping into that eliminator, which is coming up here. So Hooper started well here, wicket off his second ball. And he's bowling to the left-handed Orlando Gidron Pope, in fact, now. Forward to it, and there is no run. And Roxy, you got the teams there for us?
I think I might... Hooper's getting through his overs really quickly, so it may not have enough time.
At the end of the over. And Hooper, that's the other Hooper involved in the competition. Asif Hooper is the top wicket taker, 6 wickets. Jiran Alfred, who I'm sure we'll see later on, is averaging 208 in the competition. What an average for a T10 match. This one swept away, and the fielder's getting across to it. He's not going to get that, and this is going to run close to the boundary. And I think the fielder there, has that gone for 4?
Yeah, he's not rushing to pick it
has
up.
gone for 4 now. So second boundary in the over, and the Islanders have gone off to a nice start here.
We were talking just before we got underway about where you were going to get your best value for shot, square of the wicket, and the 2 for so far have both been over on that side.
Yeah, I see you all were painstakingly measuring those just before, just so we can get it right. Oh, that's an under edge, and that's beaten the keeper. Very difficult to take those, and they will come back for 2 here. In fact, that's perilously close to the boundary.
He stopped it, though, because you can see how he rushed to pick it up. If it's gone for 4, there's no rush.
Yeah, so that's 10 runs off the first over. So the Islanders off to an excellent start here, 10 without loss, and that is representing a good start against the team that will be the one to beat in this competition, Rooksy.
Yeah, let's have a look at that lineup. Not necessarily in the right order. Gidron Pope, Mark Dial, Terence Hines, Dario Melville, Alden Daniel, Joshua York, Orlando James, Adrian Alexander, Ronaldo Lazama, Leron Lazama, and John Charles. That's the lineup.
Yeah, so it's going to be a change in bowling here. I think this is Keyshawn Dillon, the captain, who will be bowling. He has opened the bowling all the way through this competition. I remember his brother was lost to the competition because of that knee injury on the opening day. So he's carrying the fortunes of his team here.
So that was the more serious of the injuries that we saw, because we saw another one with Joel Kirk, and that was a sprained ankle.
Yeah. That's right.
The Dillon one is
far more.
Was the bigger one, yeah. Okay.
So behind the stumps today for the Gunners is Jason Passad, who effected 2 runouts in the last game. And just looking at the field here, the players out on the boundary, 1 at third man, and the second at looks like a mid-wicket from here. So that 55 yards, or is it meters? In fact, you did
55
measure.
meters, yeah.
Easy single here, so hasn't been the easiest pitch to bat on, but you have to say that the cream has come true to the top here. Aaron Alfred, also Jason Mohammed up there at the top of the table.
Yeah, we've seen some nice knocks from those two. Still got some time. There are plenty of games left, and no doubt at the back end, as they get their eyes in, we're going to see some big scores.
Gideon Pope now, he has the advantage of hitting with the wind here, the left-hander, towards that 55-meter boundary, so he will certainly try to do that. Of course, Dylan, he will try to bowl a bit fuller and wider of the big left-hander. Just to remind you, Pope, one of the 4 St. Vincent and the Grenadines players involved in the competition. Stifled appeal, but that's going to be turned down, rightly so. And as we watch the Gunners, I mean, they certainly have been on a fine run. Couldn't buy a win last year. Now they can't seem to lose at all.
Yeah, I chatted with their coach this morning and was talking about this complete turnaround, and he said that's just the way that it goes sometimes, not just in cricket but in all sports. You know, you get yourself in a rut and it's very difficult to get out, and then once you get on that winning streak, you know, it's a feeling that you don't want to you don't want to give up.
Yeah, they certainly are on a hot streak right now, the Gunners, Fort King George Gunners, and these guys obviously named after the fort, as we mentioned, and of course the big guns that still exist up at the fort. Haven't
been used for a while.
Yeah, thankfully so.
You don't often see leaves in T10, but that was a beautiful leaf, wasn't it?
Yeah, it certainly was. Looking for the single again. Nice delivery here by Dylan. Oh, was he trying to run out there? I think he was looking to run out the batsman. That would have been cheeky and disastrous there for Orlando James. And James, it's brother against brother in this one. Orlando and Joshua involved in this match on opposite ends.
Just 16 years old. Maybe a little bit not keeping his concentration there and just wandering around the crease. Would have been harsh, though, to run him out on that.
Should get a single here. Mohammed, oh, that's Passad trying to go for the run out. Remember, he did effect 2 run outs in the last game, and almost a third in 2 games there for Jason Passad with the gloves.
He's quite deceptive, Passad, because he's a tall man. Once he gets moving, he can be quick, but you know, he's got a bit of a bad back, a bit of a dodgy arm. You can see he's flexing it there, and his knee's not great. But he got hold of a few yesterday, didn't he? He hit the roof with one huge 6, and then another paddle sweep. So he's proving quite useful.
Certainly has. The Gunners defeated the Islanders the last time these two played, and the Gunners defended a very low score. In fact, the lowest score in the competition so far. They defended 71 for 8 to win that match. That one kept a little bit low there. Peters actually had 18 not out for the Gunners. Mark Dial had an excellent game, 3 for 7 as the over comes to an end. The Islanders only got to 60 for 6 in that game, with Daniel getting 10 and Providence with a monster spell, 3 for 3 in that game.
Right, let's give a quick rundown of the Gunners team then. Keishon Dillon, Antonio Providence, Shaquille Duncan, Joshua James, Jason Passad, Simmons Peters, Frian McKenna, Xavier Reed, Christopher Vincent, Carrie Pierre, and Shaman Hooper.
Yeah, so that's the lineup there for the Gunners. And of course the Islanders also out there. I think you mentioned it was the Islanders you mentioned first, there, sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, so the Gunners, of course, will get those across to you. Now, here's a bit of a change in the bowling, and this looks like Carrie Pierre, who will be bowling for, yeah, see, it is Carrie Pierre, a left-arm orthodox spinner.
Hooper, for me, has been a real inspiration out in the field, a little bit like Terence Hines. You know, he's got this way of getting his teammates up for the occasion. Terrific little fielder as well. He's out at long on at the moment.
It's hit straight back to Pierre. Pierre has been an outstanding talent not only for Queen's Park and for Trinidad and Tobago, but the Tobago Knight Riders has certainly played his part in that Knight Riders win in the CPL back in 2020. Oh, that's flicked away and not too far away from the fielder that time. And Hooper, as you were mentioning, certainly a live wire in the field. He does project his voice well. I think they can hear him on the other side of the field.
He's taken a couple of nice catches as well. I mean, he's not a tall man, and he took one over his head the other day, and then he had that save down here when he was over the boundary and hit it back in. They only ran one. They thought it was going to be 6, but he saved 5 runs. It was a terrific piece of fielding.
Certainly was. Really brilliant from him.
Just wanted to mention something about Gary Pear's action. It's so nice and tall. I mean, look how high his arm is when it comes over.
In the air, but vacant cover position, and there is only going to be one. That's good fielding out there. The man coming across doing very well. That's Simmons Peters there to make the stop. Another one of those young, impressive players out of Tobago.
Slim, athletic, fast across the ground, usually good hands, and then every time I say that, he tends to put a catch down. Hope I haven't jinxed him.
Well, they go for the quick single here, and that's good running indeed. Gidron Pope, is a big guy, got down there very comfortably indeed, and this is a good reading of the game here from these two Islanders batsmen.
Yeah, video. I mean, that was the thing. He just strolled in the end because he'd set off so quickly. That's the important thing. Get off quick.
Yes, Hooper continues to inspire. You might be hearing it on the microphone. That's the voice of Shaman Hill Hooper, who is from the northern part of St. Vincent. Another one of the 4 players coming across here, one in each team for St. Vincent and the Grenadines. And they were actually treated to a very special occasion today. Rooksy, the St. Vincent and the Trinidad and Tobago players were at the Plymouth Recreation Ground today, where they were there for a kite flying excursion, and there were some images that have come up of them in front of a mad bull. I'm sure you've been in Trinidad long enough to know what a mad bull is.
I haven't actually, no.
It's a massive kite, and this kite was so large it was 3 times the height of Jason Mohammed, so it's at least 18 feet or so. So it's huge, and they were there for that earlier today. The children came out to meet the Trinidad and Tobago and the St. Vincent and the Grenadine Stars. I understand that tomorrow they will be at the Buccoo Integrated Facility for a crash course in, get this, goat and crab racing. Yeah. Love to see Jason Mohammed do a bit of goat racing.
Well, that one I do know about. The bull business, no, not
mad
for
bull,
me.
the mad bull.
Mad bull, yeah. Anything to do with bull, I don't know anything about. So, but definitely the crab and the goat, I'm okay with.
Yeah, it's really kite flying, but it's a particular type of kite. It's very large, so they call it the mad bull. Machel Montano immortalized it in soccer some years ago. In the meantime, match continues here. This one struck away. It's gone to long off for 1. You got a kick out to the mad bull, didn't you?
I did actually. Yeah. Our director had to leave the commentary box. He was crying.
Yeah, it's an erratic movement, and it makes a huge hum as it's. In fact, it's so big you can't use string to control it. People use rope.
It must be quite powerful then.
Yes, it does. It can lift you off the ground easily. And a man of your small and fit frame would be taken away, swept away.
Pope, it is on strike. Again, just brushing away some maybe loose grass that was there as he settles over his bat. Ooh.
Struck him on the pad. There's a decision for the umpire to make here, and his decision is not out. And I tell you what, the bowler felt that was gone, but the umpire has decided it is not out. And disappointment here for the bowler. That's is that Providence is the man who's out there?
Well, we know that it didn't have anything to do with height. Only thing it could be was leg side. That's the only thing it could be. Oh, well, other thing was maybe, you know, a bit of bat on it, but I don't think that came into it. I really think that maybe the angle that he's bowling up, umpire felt it was going leg side, but definitely not on height.
Good shot all the same. He's going to pick up one here. Hooper is onto that in a flash, and even with the fumble, I think it won't risk a second one to him.
No, good strong arm, and the good thing was that he moved to it quickly. I was going to mention something about Hooper and when the ball is hit and it doesn't go to him, he's very, very vocal, and as a batsman you hate that. You hate hearing it's not there, there's not one, and he's always shouting out something to tell the batsman that there's no run there. Clever little fieldsman.
He's gone for the big hit here. That's going to go all the way. He's gotten all of that. It has gone for 6, the first one of the innings here. And the Islanders are finally getting something going their way after those 2 boundaries in the first over. Not much to write home about. And that is Orlando James picking up the first maximum.
Well, we're saying that the square boundaries are 55. That's not really, you know, that big. You'd like them to be a minimum of 60. But those are the square boundaries, but the straight ones are 65, so that's a good hit. And then when they go over the wall, there's a 3 or 4 meter, you know, interior part before you come to the wall. So going over the wall, that's got to be going over 70 meters. So that was a good hit from a 16-year-old, powerfully built little kid.
Faster delivery this time. He wasn't wasting time with that one. Just spared it in. And I think it must be that crab and dumpling. It has to be. They're going for the single, and they decide against it, and that was a good decision all the same. Yeah, they make them differently here in Tobago. They're very powerful. It's all about the food, the ground provision. I see that in any, as the over comes to an end here, in terms of any meal, there's ground provisions always served in Tobago for some reason, but it's pretty good food. Umpires out there, just to remind you, Edwin Phillips, who was officiating in that last one, and Candice Laborde, who is now at the bowler's end for this one.
Yeah, you've got the suspicion, maybe it's the camera angle, I don't know, but it almost looks like the Leaning Tower of Pisa down at that end, the stumps. Maybe it's just the way that we are lined up. It looks okay now that Candice is standing behind it. She gives it some, you know, some perspective.
Yeah, Candice at the northern end of the ground. Of course, this is not a regular shaped ground. It's also not regular orientation of the ground. So it's always a little bit tricky here to get your bearings. But Candice certainly has hers. Hooper to continue. He's gone for a big hit there. There's a fielder out there, but that's going to drop well short of Vincent. And it's only going to be one. And they've positioned Vincent very straight. In fact, I think he might almost be in line with the stumps there.
That just slapped back, wasn't it?
I think he plays a lot of tennis. It looked like a shot that was shaped by tennis.
Hit hard. It's 1 or 2 bounces down to the man who is very straight. You can tell how straight he is when you look at the sight screen, and then you realise because he's at the very edge of it, it can't really be that straight. Very deceptive where we are.
Certainly is. More work here for Vincent and Carrie Peer. And Hooper, even though he's by the stumps now and not close to us, so you're still hearing every syllable, every fricative that he's uttered, you're hearing out here. Boy, does he get involved in the game. Really like this player. And in fact, all of the players who come in have been worth their weight in gold in terms of what they've done for their teams. Pope also has had his moments. He's going to get another one here. Just And they're going for the second. He's hit the stumps here, but I think the batsman, James, has gotten back in early.
It was a chase by Jason Passard, the keeper, running out to pick that one up. Carey Peer was doing the backing up. He'd run right in from the boundary. That just goes to show an awareness of, you know, that where the ball is likely to come. Left-handed Pope is back on strike now, helmetless.
Pulls that one nicely. Vincent's coming across to this one. He's not going to get it. That's gone for 4. And he's pulled that one very, very straight here, Pope, and he continues to prosper here against... and this was, remember this matchup from the previous game, Hooper got Pope out and he gave him a massive send-off. So Pope just exacting some revenge here.
Went in between the two fielders. Good chase from them. Here's Hooper again.
Easy one this time. Oh, what a throw by James. That was powerful, and the bowler drops it. Boy, I think he should have let that go. I think he's picked up an injury here to his finger. He really let that one go, Joshua James. And I heard a crack from here. That does not sound good at all. In fact, he's leaving the field immediately, Hooper, and that is not a great sight here. I think the physio is coming out to meet him with some ice already.
Yeah, it was Pope who struck that, and it was in the attempt to stop the second run that made James really whiz that in. It's quite high as well. I say it's high, but maybe it was only just over the stumps, but when you think that he's only 5'5", maybe that was why it gives the appearance of being high. He's the shortest on the field.
Well, he's a tough young man and well made. He certainly is small, but he's muscular, he's wiry. Looks like he could take on Floyd Mayweather in a contest there. He's about that height, or a Pacquiao or so.
He's quick across the ground as well. I mean, you don't want to be taking a second run to him. He was the one that was receiving the ball. He was behind the stumps. It was Joshua James who came in and really let fly. .31 for 1. We've got a few balls left in the over, and then it will be, I'm not sure if it's Vinud Mamcham who's coming in next, and Anil maybe, I don't know. We shall see. Anyway, he's making his way back to the middle. He's gonna continue.
So 1 ball remaining in the over, and it appears that Hooper is all right. He's gotten some treatment, but I sort of heard a nasty sounding noise there when he tried to catch that one. I may have struck the palm, thankfully, but gotten some treatment here.
That was heading for the throat, I think. It was an unusual stop.
Yes, an element of self-preservation in there.
I think so.
Yes, here's Hooper, last ball of the over. And Pope has hit that one high. Vincent is getting... Oh, he dropped it. But he saved it from going over the boundary. Christopher Vincent has dropped it here. I think he lost it. He was coming in and then had to backpedal suddenly. And he dropped it in the process there, but had the presence of mind, Rooksy, to pull it back from crossing the ropes.
Well, as you say, saved some runs. I think they would have much rather that he'd stayed a little bit longer on the boundary and taken it there. It was the coming in and then having to go back. That was a pity. Difficult to judge. Unfortunate for him on this occasion.
35 for 1 at the end of 5 overs. We'll continue for a few more deliveries here as the Gunners and the Islanders face off once again. The Gunners looking for their 5th consecutive win. They beat the Islanders by 11 runs in the last round and did so very well by defending a score of 71 for 8. So I think the Islanders would have that in the back of their mind, that we were able to take down 8 wickets and keep them down to 71. So at least they have something of a template of how to deal with this powerful Gunners batting lineup.
I just feel that there are more runs in the pitches later on in the competition than we saw on day 1 and 2. I think we're going to see better scores. Pitches are playing better, and the big batters have had a little bit more time to get in.
Here's Providence. This one's cut hard here by Pope. Just one he's going to get here. Pope, we talked about him in this competition, winning the World Cup with the West Indies under-19s, and hasn't quite carried on here. Often you see that players, the under-19, they don't quite make it to the West Indies team, but it certainly will be good to see him for the Windward Islands team in the future.
Providence just getting himself ready.
He took 3 for 3 in the return fixture. Oh, he's gotten him here. This time he's come down the track. He is, well, I thought he had gotten him stumped there, but I think he got back in just in time.
Bassard again, quick behind the stumps.
Looked as though James had come down the track a little bit, but it looked like he actually had that back foot anchored, maybe starting from a very deep position. So he should get one here. They might get a second because the fielder coming in, in fact, that's his brother, so I don't think he's going to run to his brother, especially seeing what he did the last time round in the over, throwing that one into Hooper.
No, he knows him too well, doesn't he? Not gonna risk it.
And knowing his brother, he'll throw to his end. Gone for the big hit, gets something on that. Hooper's out there and does the fielding. And it's so difficult to tell if Hooper was injured by that powerful throw from James in the last over, because he's not the kind of character who flinches. He got the treatment, he's just gotten on with it, hasn't he?
And he looks as though he's recovered. He's not shaking his hand, he's now shaking his shoulder after that throw from the deep.
Should be one here, just one. Hooper says to the bowler, and the thing is, you know, some players are like that. Steve Waugh was one who would never rub his arms or his legs if he was hit. They operate by the principle, never let your opponent see you bleed.
He's very vocal, isn't he, Hooper? Back out on the boundary now. As Pope waits for this ball from Providence.
He's tucked that one away, Pope. He hasn't middled a lot in this match. Certainly hasn't fired as many would have hoped he would. But he's still there. He and James are putting on a partnership here. They're keeping things going as the over comes to an end. After 6 overs, it is 40 for 1.
Might want to be a little bit further along, but they've just lost the 1 wicket. It does mean that they can really begin to free their arms here, and they'll still have some of their top order batters even if they lose a couple. It's when you lose 3 or 4 very early on that you're in trouble. Lose 2 or 3 more, and then you haven't got your big hitters any longer. That's not the case with the Islanders this time. They're well placed on 40 for 1.
And that's exactly what happened to them when they were trying to chase down that 72 for victory against the Gunners. They just lost too many wickets early, and they just sort of went into a shell. But you also feel they may not exactly have the depth of resources in their batting lineup as the Gunners do. That one certainly surprised him there from Christopher Vincent. Yeah, he's quite deceptive, isn't he? With those big shoulders, he can really hustle the ball onto you.
Yeah, and that just, I wouldn't say big because it never really lifted that much. Maybe just a little bit of bounce in there.
Oh, well, as I said, he hasn't middled any, but that one he certainly has middled that one. One of the longest parts of the boundary, and that's gone all the way for 6. It's hit the wall on the flush here. Magnificent hit here from Pope, and that's what happens when you flight it to the big man.
Well, we know that end of the ground where it hit the wall, that's going to be 65 meters. If it hits the wall, it goes over that boundary. That was a good hit.
Another one that's hit straight. Hooper's across to it. Even he can't catch it. That thunders into the wall here behind us. And that is 10 of 2 deliveries. And Pope starting to middle them well now.
Yeah, he's very quick across the ground, Hooper, but even he couldn't stop that one.
So they did sprint across very quickly towards that. And just couldn't catch up with it.
Yeah, he had a little bit of distance to cover, but the ball was really travelling. It just bounced a couple of times. They just want to move him a little bit straighter. Yeah,
in fact, they have just a little bit straighter here. Carey Pierre is also very, very straight at the long on position here. So Pope also shifting the field. In fact, yeah, they're just adjusting all the players a bit wider on the offside. Oh, he's gone for the big hit, but a bit faster this time, and he has gotten it past the bat of Pope. Good comeback here from Vincent. He knows all about being hammered. Certainly suffered at the hands of Evan Lewis. It's hit straight again. Hooper is across to it. Pierre's, oh, it's gone straight through Carey Pierre. He got an awful bounce at the end and just went through the hands. And that is another 4. So that's 14 runs in 4 deliveries here.
Well, it's so difficult if you're not able to get your body behind it. Miss with your hands, all right, you're going to wear one on your body, maybe into your midriff or your chest or something, but you'd like to think that you could get something behind it, not just your hands, and on that occasion went through the hands of Carey Pierre.
Oh, I think he's touched it. Yes, he's gotten him, and after 2 4s and a 6 in the over, Vincent has his man. Pope is gone. He's caught behind. Good catch by Prasad, and the second wicket is down.
He's finding a way to get in the game, isn't he, Prasad? We keep mentioning him for different things. Not necessarily all the best, because we know he's a cover wicket keeper, but he's doing quite a good job.
So the wicket coming at a good time here for the Islanders, for the Gunners, in fact. They've taken down Pope, so he's out there, 4 for Dial earlier. And that's going to bring in the dangerous Terence Hines, and we know what he can do. Just yesterday, Terence Hines had another one of those fiery innings that he does in fact produce. 23 not out yesterday.
Well, all of the batters now will be looking forward to getting in. They've had a sighter. That those who've scored runs can't wait to get back. Those who haven't can't wait to get in to show that they can score. Hines, I guess, must be somewhere in the middle there, having had a couple of starts, but not really hit the, a 40, 50, something, of real substance. Maybe now is the time.
Yeah, it certainly is. And after that's 7 overs in the books now, and it's Carey Pierre. Carey Pierre is very good in pressure situations, and it's at this point, as you've said there, Rooksy, that they are looking to press their foot on the accelerator a bit harder here now. And Orlando James has had some good innings, so this is going to be an interesting over and an interesting contest here. The left-hander versus the left-hander. Yeah,
no time for Hines to get a sighter. He's going to have to go from the very first ball.
Cut away nicely. He's only going to get 1. The fielder does well. He got an awful bounce at the end. So that's going to be Hines back on strike here. Now Hines can strike it a long way. We've seen him so many times hit some big shots here. 54 for 2. James on 14. Hines facing his first ball. And I don't think it's going to be too much subtlety here from Terence Hines. Terence Hines, a fiery character, Rooksy, and he's going to go for it.
55 for 2. Just catching up with the last run. There was one missing.
And a chance here for a run out. Well, he got in there well and just sort of overran the crease, James, but got in safely. And just what we were saying, that Terence Hines is all-out attack. He just fools everyone and plays a nice little subtle late cut.
Well, you may think that James on 15 has been out there longer and trusting because of what he saw earlier in the competition, saying, all right, if you can hit a few big ones, go ahead.
James has come for, and he's gone for a big one here. That's gone down to the long off boundary for 4. One bounce into the ropes, and that is a boundary for James, who is on to 19 now. And the Islanders, it's starting to look a little bit better for them. They still have 16 balls to go.
So we talk about, the experience of senior players or players who've had a little bit, exposure at a higher level. That one that was taken there by Hines shows me that he's experienced enough to know that the young man can do something. Next ball went for 4.
No, it's in the air. This could carry to the fielder. Oh, that's beaten the fielder. That is a powerful hit there. And that's cleared the fielder at mid-wicket. It's not the longest boundary in the world. But for a moment, the fielder felt that he was in business, but that carried over his head for 6.
So Hines pushes it out into the onside for a single, and the next 2 balls go for 4 and 6. I think that was a good decision.
Very good, and he's trusted the talent here of Orlando James. And James, who is a young man who's building a reputation for himself, is expanding it with every game. Now he's gone for another big hit. The fielder's there, but it's over his head. It's gone for 6 runs. Wow! Orlando James is on fire right now. That is 3 boundaries in a row.
Right, so I keep coming back to the single taken by Hines. Since he took that single, there's 16 runs off 3 balls. What a decision that's turned out to be, because I was thinking, this is the big pro, he's going to be in there, he's going to no. He saw what he did the other night, and he says, do it again.
James, 25, 66 for 2. This is the over. I felt this was the contest. And now he's gone for another big one. The fielder's going across. He's not going to get that. That is 6 more. Orlando James is on fire here. 31 not out, 72, 78 for 2. And Carey Pierre's been taken to the cleaners here.
Will the real James please stand up? If people came here to see Joshua, well, Orlando's giving just as good entertainment. I mean, that was a terrific strike, that last one.
Certainly was. The cricketing version of peer pressure here. As sibling rivalry playing out in a different sort of way here at the Sid Gray Sporting Complex in Roxborough. And I'm sure that whatever Orlando can do, Joshua is saying, I can do worse when I come in.
I can just see him, as his brother walks past saying, come on then, your turn. No pressure.
It's going to be a very interesting dinner conversation tonight at the James table. And I did see several of the James brothers here, the younger brothers here watching the game. And it is going to be Vincent to continue here. Vincent continuing at the end. Now remember, he was also pummeled for a couple of 4s and a 6 in the last over by Pope, who has since gone.
Right, now for me, this changes the situation for Hines. He's just seen, a really, really big over. He can free his arms now. Ooh, that just surprised him. Yeah.
Not only popped on him, but maybe just turning away. They're giving it away. Yeah. And a good delivery has been punished. They're going for a second one. Oh, Hooper was, for once, that was the one blemish in the copybook here for Hooper. It's a bit slow to get to the ball. And that is...
switched off.
Yeah, he switched off slightly there. He thought the run out was on.
Yeah.
But he has been brilliant all the way through the competition. You are allowed 1 or 2 small errors. I'm not sure if he will allow himself that. 80 for 2, the Islanders. Hines has hit this one high. Could this go all the way? It's 1 bounce into the boundary for 4. It was over the head of Carey Pierre. And interestingly, Carey Pierre was not stationed on the boundary. He was actually 3/4 way in, and that landed over his head.
And that was beautifully placed. He lofted that, and it went exactly where he wanted it to go. Away from Hooper, over the head of Carey Pierre, and dropped into that vacant spot.
And again, Hines is hitting this one high over the head of Pierre, and it's just going to drop and stay this time. Well, he didn't hit that one with the driver, more like the 9-iron this time. It just stopped and stayed on the greens. Certainly not what you want.
Everything going the way of the Islanders at the moment. A really big over last time round, and now Hines beginning to free his arms.
Down the leg side, and that is signaled wide. So this is going to be 2 and possibly 3 here, and it's gone all the way. That's 5. Oh, that will have to be rebowled. Christopher Vincent losing under pressure here, and he's just lost the plot a little bit, directing that one too wide down the leg side.
Yeah, Chris just questioning the umpire's decision there, but as I said to you yesterday, it's too late. The decision has already been made. He's talking about Hines having moved across and made it a wide. His movement made it wide, but I don't think that one is going to wear well.
9 balls to go here in the innings. Here's Vincent. Just holds back. He just wants to see what Hines is going to do. He didn't shimmy down the track. He didn't appear. He's just watching, reading from the pitch here, Hines. He's so powerful. He hits the ball a long way. Over the head of Pierre. Pierre's coming around to it. He could take the catch here. Yes, he does. Carey Pierre doesn't drop much. He's a fine fielder and takes that well. And Hines has gone for a quick fire 9, caught by his teammate, his Trinidad and Tobago teammate, Carey Pierre.
Well judged in the end. Another foot or 2, and that would have made it very difficult. Just managed to stay with it. Hung in the air for a long time. The lights are already on. We've still got more than enough natural light, but once the lights go on, there's a short period when the light is actually better. You've got plenty of natural light, lights come on, and then after that it begins to go downhill. It's not the highest, the lights aren't high. They're great for football, not necessarily for skied catches for cricket, but they're good enough.
Well, luckily here for Hines, he was just looking away towards the Atlantic Ocean and not towards those lights. So he took it very well, positioned his body well so that he could get a good sight on it. Carey Pierre, he's a fine batsman, more than tidy left-arm orthodox spinner, but he's also excellent in the field. He gives 100% commitment. Here's Vincent, who has 2 wickets now. It's been expensive, but looking to pick up a wicket here. Dejon Charles, the captain, is in. He's at the non-striker's end. Oh, beaten him there with that one. But that was a very fast Yorker, spared in there by Vincent.
Yeah, seemed to really skid through as well. James trying to get something on it in the end, but it was already past him.
So Christopher Vincent certainly has built his reputation in the local cricket over the last 2 months in the Trinidad T10, and here still doing the business here for the Gunners. That is a good delivery. That is spearing in on the stumps there, and even James, who's been in fine form, could do little than pat that one back down the pitch. That is the end of the over. 91 for 3 at the end of 9 overs.
Yeah, still in the driving seat, I think. Possibly looking at 105, maybe a little bit more.
I'm sure that's what she's looking at. So, yeah, 191. Yeah, 105 would be fair. They need a pretty big over. They'll need 14 runs or so to get that. And James is there. He's not going to be facing those. So Dejon Charles, I think is he going to just go for it here first of all?
Nothing else to do.
Yeah, he certainly has.
Six balls left to go. That's your only job. Get bat on ball, and should you fail, make sure that you leave James at the striker's end. That's what you would want. Unless you can get it to the boundary. Try and get James on strike. We shall see.
There's the VIP section there, and quite a few interested parties in this encounter.
How do you get in there?
Well, I don't know. I've never been in there. I think
I can't say
the only big shot in our crew is Visham Lalman. He's been there every day, in fact.
Ah, okay.
Yeah,
They'll take anyone, will they?
Yeah. Well, Visham is the only VIP in our group. I mean, you and I, we're just mere pawns in this whole thing.
We're just at the concessions with anyone else. A little bit of popcorn. There's some hot dogs. I had some pulori the other night.
Yeah, well,
see what we
one day
served up
it'll
tonight.
happen for us. Last over coming up here. Here is Joshua James bowling to the captain of the Islanders. Gets the edge. Oh, this could be a runner. Oh, he's missed it. And for once, Jason Prasad's aim has deserted him. I thought for a moment that's going to be a short. In fact, James had given up on it.
It was pretty close, wasn't it? Right, here is the matchup that a few people are interested in watching.
Yeah, in fact, there's some supporters not too far from us, and they're like, okay, you get to bowl at your brother now. So let's see what happens here. It's the older brother against the younger brother. All sorts of discussions of how younger siblings tend to push further into the sport because they tend to lose a lot in individual matches at home to their older brothers.
In at the body, I think.
He's cut that one away. Only going to get one here. Looking for the second, and he's running to his brother at the non-striker's end. Well, I'll tell you what, he was trying to ground his bat, and Joshua was having none of it. He just stood in place, and he had to run around him. In fact, he collided with his older brother there. So, ooh, spicy. So the two James boys involved in a little shootout here. Let's see who's going to come out on top. Oh, he smoked that one. Straight back for 4. Advantage to the little brother right now.
Don't you just love it?
Yeah, it's gone all the way for 6. Thought that one had dropped a little bit. But look at this. And the little brother has treated big brother to... And he's got another one straight down the throat of the fielder who takes the catch. And after hitting him for a 6, Orlando James has perished here. Caught off the next delivery. And he's gone for 39, 94, 4.
Jason Prasad runs over to give him a tap on the back. He doesn't get a tap on the back from his big brother, though.
Yeah.
Good innings.
Yeah, it's a good innings here. It really has held up the innings here. The Islanders getting to 100 with that 6, 100 for 3. And the Islanders have something to shout about here.
Well, he certainly gave us some entertainment. 45. They're on 100 for 4 now.
So 45 he gets here. And the Gunners will have to do some work here if they are to win this one. 100 for 4. Remember, the highest total chased by any team was 85. So let's see if that's going to happen, if that's going to be broken here. That's a big fresh air swing there from Dejan Charles. Good delivery by Joshua James.
They may not make my predicted score of 105 then. They're going to need a big shot.
Yeah, it certainly will. There. Just a correction there. Largest total chased, 103. That happened last night. Hits that strong. And is that going to go to the fielder? No, it's just short of him. And it may have gone over the ropes. In fact, they've only gotten 1. And that's going to be all she wrote for the innings here by the Islanders, who close at 101 for 4. 1 for Charles. Lizama did not face a ball. And that's the end of the innings here. 101, is that going to be enough?
I think it's a good score. It will take some defending now. We've got to look to see how the bowlers step up and whether they can restrict what has been, well, what is the top of the table, the best unit in the competition at the time. For the moment, we shall see.
So 45 for James, the highlight of this 101 for 4 from the Islanders. Can they defend it? Remember, just last night, the Divers chased down 103 for victory. That's the highest score chased down, so it can be done. Join us for the run chase in about 10 minutes' time as the Gunners go after 102 for victory.
Right, welcome back to the Sid Gray Sporting Complex up here in Roxburgh for the Gunners innings. They're chasing down 101 for 4 scored by the Islanders earlier, and I'm sitting alongside Anil. Anil, good evening.
Good evening, Sheldon. How are you?
Good, good. Looking forward to this one?
It's going to be a mouth-watering contest.
Right, let's see if we can get as much action in this half as we did in the first. It looks like Hines, doesn't it, to open the bowling from this end. Managed to have a quick chat with Hines before he went out there. I said he was very entertaining. I like the look of him. In comes Hines now for the first ball. Delivers slightly round arm. It's hit there to the man at backward point, and there's no run. It went to him very quickly.
So Caribbean on this occasion, just stepping forward and just caressing that ball to the extra cover region, and there's no run.
That green light that you saw up there is deceptive. There are no green lights. They're all nice and bright. Doing a good job here as Hines turns and runs in. He bowls now. There was a little bit of width there. It was nice driving length. Didn't get hold of it. He settles down now and waits for Hines. Slightly different look now as we've got the bowler running towards us and then away. Okay, mix us up. That one kind of came back in. He had to jab down on that very quickly to keep it out, didn't he? Sometimes when you hear people talk about, you know, moving off the seam and swinging in the air, a lot of it is, you know, exaggerated. For me, that wasn't. You saw that one move in the air, and he had to jab down on that. James now waits for Hines to run in. This is his first ball. Hines.
Terence Hines in a bowling out swing and just touching that off stump line and cutting away sharply.
He had a swing at that last one as well. What an over.
It's a exhibition at this stage.
Just a single on the board. And one ball left. If he gets out of this with anything under a boundary, he'll be wonderfully happy. So will the team. And they need to try and put as much pressure on early on the Gunners. Gunners undefeated up to this point in the driving seat. Win here tonight, well, it'll do it for them. Here comes Hines. Nope, James pulls away.
So Terence Hines trying to get his feelers in the right position. He moved to find like into that deep backward square position, you know, trying to bowl straight so that, you know, he can eliminate that boundary ball.
He's done it well. Just one more ball left in the over. James waits for Hines, who turns now and begins his run up. Gathers some pace as he gets to the crease and bowls, and it's on the stumps, worked into the onside, and they come through for 1 run. It's Adrian Alexander who picks up there, I think.
So excellent slower delivery from Terence Hines on this occasion.
It's not you, it's me, isn't it? Yeah.
So very, very impressive over from Terence Hines, showing his full skill set where his seamers is concerned. Shalom bowling, displaying both the in-swinger and the out-swinger in this opening over. And remember, just recently, Jason Mohammed got one that swung just from about the Midland leg and knocked his off-ball off. And here we have seen enough evidence of that again.
Not the start that they had hoped for. But they're big enough and strong enough to pick up from here. Let's see how they get on now. James down the ground. Actually, it's out into the offside.
So a lovely piece of feeling on this occasion on the long one boundary. They only able to muster a single on this occasion. But I'm really liking the matchup here between Joshua James and MAQ TV in this contest. Joshua James would really, you know, would want to go really hard at MAQ TV.
Dial it is to bowl to Pierre now, who hits it out to long off. They come through for 1.
So Dial has a bag of tricks, Shalom. He will mix it up. He'll go the conventional off spinner, and plus he'll use the seam and the carom as well during the course of his variations in the over.
Well, he's got James down at this end now, the right-hander. There's a hit out onto the onside this time. Same man, same fielder, just the right-hander now picking it up.
So excellent bowling from MAQ TV in the second over, which is the mandatory power play over.
Well, that was unfortunate. Keeper getting unsighted by Pierre moving across, going right past him, and it went through for need every run that they can get. That's a good stop. Nazama halfway back.
So Pierre drilling this full pitch delivery through that extra cover position, but the fielder making an excellent stop there at that extra cover position.
Yeah, he's a very good fielder, Leon Lizama. I haven't seen him with the bat this time round. And it's Pierre who waits for Dial. That's pulled. There's a diving stop from Terence Hines, and they pick up just the 1 run.
And Terence Hines has the reputation in Trinidad and Tobago, Shala, as being one of the best outfielders in Trinidad and Tobago. He's got that reputation.
Well, that was a good stop there as Dial bowls. James pushes that one for 1. And at the end of the over, it's 12 for no wicket. The Gunners going along slowly, and just what the Islanders would have wanted, not to allow them to get away with too many runs early on and got wickets in hand as well.
But the Gunners will be really looking towards Caribbean and Joshua James.
Well, they can begin to open up now, can't they? I think he saved himself the entry fee. Got a nice view from there. He's not the same chap that we saw the other night who was having a smoke. Or the one the night before who was having a drink. He's just happily standing, watching the proceedings. Every vantage point taken up here. I'm just trying to see from our position where he is, but...
So excellent camera look from...
Who's up there today? Right. It is not the blistering start that the Gunners would have wanted. 12 without loss. Pierre is on 3. James is on 4. We're in over number 3. Just as well they had those 5 extras then. No, a swing and a miss. Width there, just didn't get hold of it.
And you can see now that he's getting a bit flustered because the scoring is going nowhere this time.
Yeah, his brother gave him a lead earlier on, didn't he, and said this is how to do it. Yeah, see if you have to see if you can follow him.
So an instant blip on the last delivery. So Joshua James will be well advised at this stage, Sheldon.
Yeah, he just stepped across his stumps, didn't he? Changed the angle, looking to bring it into the onside, but swing and a miss. Here's York again. Yep, that's hit hard and straight, almost into the commentary position.
The ball on this occasion, hit it straight as an arrow, and it was traveling like a trace of bullet down to this mid-on, long on boundary.
Well, you could hear the thud in the wall behind us. It really was just a few meters from our seat here, yeah.
But your roundball was taking cover as well.
It just needs to take a little bit more time here. All right, okay. You thought you were taking evasive action there.
my apologies.
Even York has a smile on his face. Bit of humour going out on the middle. 16 for no wicket. Pierre is on 3 and James on 8.
But a tense-looking Gunners bench at the moment, Sheldon.
Yeah, the pressure is going to build. Again, not able to get hold of it.
So this one angles into the leg stump and it's just worked away, squirted away on the leg side for a single. So both Caribbean and Joshua James, they would really be looking at this stage to have a move on, but the bowling has been very impressive.
Did he manage to get something on that?
There was no signal from the umpire and this level.
Okay. York waits for the field just to get in place. He's off now. That's right up there. Off stump. Leaning back.
And it's just where you want your bowlers to be bowling full on straight. Yorker delivery on this occasion, and Kyrie Pierre was swinging.
But he hadn't had the radar absolutely right, but that time it was spot on.
So a big breakthrough there.
With the score on 17. Hooper, I think it is, who's coming, or is Christopher Vincent, beg your pardon. Same height. Got the similar stature, maybe Vincent's a little bit stockier.
Someone who has excellent ball striking ability.
Well, they're going to need someone to get on with the run scoring now, because 17 off 3 isn't going to scare the Islanders. The question will be about how they bring pressure to bear and make it even more difficult, maybe with some different field placings, and really force them into making big shots. Don't give them a chance to settle by doing, as you said, to knock it around, you know, get the feel for it and get comfortable. Really put some pressure on them and force them into some big shots.
Possibly I'll bring one more person into the circle.
Yeah,
as well.
yeah. Yeah, well, that misfield out in the deep allowed them to come back for a second run. James now goes on to 10, 19 for 1.
And the Islanders at this stage, Sheldon, is really looking to turn the screws on the Gunners, because they've brought back MAQ to see if he can make further inroads into their batting.
Swing and miss that one. He'll be able to pull this one in, but there'll be more extras, I'm afraid. They come through for 2, and that's wide. 3. They ran 3 wides.
So MAQ on this occasion being a bit naughty, Sheldon, sliding that ball down the leg side, possibly trying to bowl that leg stump line, which will really take away the levers of Joshua James.
DL bowls again. And it does go all the way for 4.
So short and wide from MAQ on this occasion, and Joshua James crashed that ball through that extra cover region off the back foot.
See a dive rather than the attempted football stop, but some people have got all sorts of ways of doing it. DL bowls again, and this time lofted high. That's gone already.
So Joshua James is really turning it on here at the Sid Gray Sporting Complex, hitting another maximum. Lofted over that long on position.
DL won't want to go again, but he does. Holds the pose as well. He's still in the pose.
And as I said to you earlier on, Sheldon, I was really loving
It's made a real dent to the scoreboard, hasn't it? Looks a little bit different now.
And as you are well aware, Sheldon, one big over changes the whole complex of the game.
Yeah, and this is the big over. They needed to get going, and it's James who got hold of Mark DL. James is on 26 now. The score goes on to 38 for 1. 2 balls left in the over. Go on.
So in regards to the run rate, they're back on track there, Sheldon, because they needed just about 10 runs per over, and they are now 38 for 1, with still 2 balls to go in the 4th over. So he's really brought this innings back to life here, if I may say so.
Yeah, some big hits from James, following on from his brother. Here's Dial again. That one's gone as well.
And this is a massive hit over mid-wicket for 6. So Joshua James is pure carnage taking place at this stage.
Well, he's cleared the wall on 2 occasions tonight already. He hit one into the wall. The last 2 cleared it even, so we're talking about 70 metres odd. Those are good hits.
And what a vantage point those spectators are privileged to have.
Yeah, well, if he pulls one, he will knock one off one of those perches. This time he goes out into the onside on the deep. They come through for 1. That's the end of the over. 44 for 1. Vincent, it will be on strike. He's yet to face a ball, I think. And James is on 33.
But a very productive over from a scoring point of view, shall bring in the Gunners back into contention and even exceeded the scoring rate at this, what the required rate at this time is.
Yeah, 45 for 1. Happy days for them. 33 for 1. And it's not only inside the stadium that we've got the action. Yeah, fire service being called out for some action somewhere else. Well, they were in here last night, some of the fire crew, weren't they, having a look at the cricket. 5 or 6 of them came up to sit and watch the proceedings. Hope they enjoyed that. Is it York to continue then from this end? I think it is, isn't it? They're going to have him on again. James is on strike. As York bowls, it's a full toss. That was going down leg side, wasn't it?
Yeah, on this occasion, attempting the slower ball, but Joshua James was unable to take advantage of that low full toss. I'm sure he would be really kicking himself at this stage, Sheldon, having missed out on an opportunity to score.
Yeah, it was in the end an ungainly looking shot, wasn't it?
Yeah, very agricultural in content, if you ask me.
Yeah, well, the intention was to to get rid of it, but it just got there. It took too long to get there, and he was through the shots and ended up hitting him on the body. Here comes York again. That's down the leg side, and he'll leave that one for wide.
So the pressure is definitely on the islanders now. The batters are definitely now put the pressure back on the field too, Sheldon, and we are seeing some discipline from the bowling. So it's going to be. So the score goes up by 1.
Yeah, that one keeping low. That was a good stop in the end by the keeper.
Yeah, skipper Dejan Charles, who has taken responsibility to the wicket keeping duties tonight, and he has been doing an excellent job. You know, out in Clark Road, he plies his trade with the Clark Road United Sports Club in Penal, being a wicket-keeper batter. So excellent from Joshua York on this occasion, Sheldon. As a bowler, if you miss your run-up, you want to abort that finishing, you know, because you don't want to be overextending yourself, coming through the crease and not being properly aligned to deliver that ball.
No, you're quite right, yeah. Right, okay. Score is 46 for 1. York runs in and bowls. Well, they're calling that the biggest of sixes. If that is that big, that would have gone into the car park, that one. They're going to be looking for that one for a while.
So pitch of delivery on this occasion, leg delivery from Joshua York, and it disappears over that long and good position. And what we are seeing is a masterclass of ball striking here tonight from Joshua James.
52 for 1 now. The 50 comes up in good time. Now things are looking a little bit different, as Anil was saying.
Yeah, so they brought themselves right back into contention, and from this stage here now, both Joshua James and his partner can really set the tone for the rest of the innings.
Yeah, Christopher Vincent really hasn't had a look in as yet. It's a little bit like the previous. James it is to face. He attempts to pull that one. They're going to call that wide. That adds one more to the total. 53
so the
for 1.
Are really feeling the pressure now, Sheldon, because Joshua York is all over the shop at this time.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. It is Christopher Vincent who hasn't faced the ball. Yeah.
It has
Yeah.
been the Joshua James.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, that was there to be pulled. Not sure why he wasn't able to get hold of that.
Well, I'll tell you what, Sheldon, on this occasion, Joshua York executed that slow bounce.
Slow, yeah. He was through it, wasn't he?
So it's good to see, even though York is under the pump, he can still display his variation deliveries as well.
Yeah, he's shown a few different looks, hasn't he? And that one didn't get there for James, who got himself into a good position to pull, but maybe just a little bit too quick, deceived by the pace of the ball, or lack of the pace. York puts it outside the off stump. It's there to be hit again, and James just flashing at that one, not connecting.
Joshua James on this occasion was throwing the kitchen sink at that delivery. Haven't he made contact, it would have gone past the market over the boundary. Push market.
Missed out there.
Possibly losing his feet on this occasion.
Could be. 2 balls left in the over. York now, and James down the track and missing. Oh, there was just the 1 in the over. 1 ball was left in the over. My apologies.
And Sheldon, it's hard enough to go for boundaries, but when you add indisciplined bowling by wides with it, it doesn't just help the situation at all.
Yeah, the extras are beginning to creep up there, and that's going to make it that much more easy for the gunners to chase that total down. You really have to keep it down to 5 or 6. Anything more than that, and then all the hard work that you've done early on to get the score up there is going to disappear.
So Joshua James has really taken it into the island. And what's required at this stage, Sheldon, would be both Vincent and Joshua James to continue knocking it around with the back goes up get the boundary. To me, they are well pleased at this stage.
Well, it's 53 for 1. Christopher Vincent is going to face his first ball. He's been just watching from the other end whilst James has unleashed a barrage of big hits. He was a little bit subdued in the last over, was James, but it's up to Vincent now.
Vincent has been a mere spectator from the non-strikers in Shallow.
Right, let's see what he can do now that he's got the opportunity.
So more relaxed looking Ghana's bench.
Yeah, it was tense early on. Just waiting for the signal from the umpire. It's a leg by. The score goes on to 54 for 1.
I tell you, I'm licking my lips here, Shalom, because Joshua James will really back himself to take on the off spinner in full.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if he likes the slower bowlers.
I think he likes the ball coming into him.
Let's see what Pope has got to offer up then. That's down the ground. They're going to come back for a second. They do, and they do it comfortably. And the score goes on to 56 for 1.
Yes, a pitch of delivery. Joshua James just leads to that and strikes it down to that long off position, and they get 2 runs comfortably. So Joshua James definitely is in control at this time. And if he continues for another 2 or 3 overs, this game could be over in a flash.
Yeah, a couple of big overs for James. There's Pope. Swings at that one. Can't make a connection.
It's a good comeback from Pope on this occasion.
But he does hit, and that sails way over the, not only over the wall, but over the little benches that we've got some spectators on, and beyond that into the trees.
And as I was saying earlier, Michelle, I was so that takes James on to 41.
62 is the score. Oh, that was poor. Sorry about that. Wide. And they ran one as well. Yep, 64 for 1.
So James just losing his shape on that occasion, Michelle.
Pope now has to pull things back. He's got the left-handed Vincent to bowl to. He does now. Vincent pushes that into the offside, and they take a single. Vincent is off the mark. 65 for 1, and Joshua James is back on strike now.
But at this stage of the innings, it's a bit too easy for the batters, fellas. They need to do something. The Islanders need to take some kind of proactive step and transcend the flow of the scoring.
Yeah, James has made a complete change to it with this big hitting, and that's pulled down. James hits that down to the man at long on, and they come through for 1 run. 66 for 1.
So the Gunners are well ahead where the run rate is concerned, and with a set batsman in Joshua James, you would really, the Gunners would really want Joshua James to finish the job. They will not want anyone else except this spear to take them home.
Yeah, the other thing about this is they can play differently now. They've only lost the 1 wicket down. All your top batters still, to come. And you've got a man who's well set, as you said, on 48, looking strong, hitting the ball extremely well. Yeah, things are looking good for the Gunners.
Yeah, and Joshua James has really, shown us his full repertoire of ball striking ability here tonight at the Sidbury Sporting Complex.
Well, let's hope we can see some more, because it's been quite entertaining. In fact, both the James boys have entertained us.
And Joshua James, Shellen, I would well imagine he will want to be challenging Jaron Alfred for that MVP player of the tournament, because if you ask me, both of these guys are really neck and neck. We're scoring runs and taking wickets out.
We were out in the middle measuring up the boundaries earlier on, you and I, Anil, and we said that on that side, 55 to the boundary, possibly 60 to the wall. Well, that last hit by James went beyond the wall and beyond that little seating area that the guys have put up for themselves, and then into the trees. So I'd like to say 65 or 70, possibly.
Yeah, I'd want to take that a bit longer. I honestly think that's possibly 75 meters and beyond.
That was huge. That was a big hit.
And with the boundaries on the width, right, on the leg side, being just about 55 meters, Shellen, which
Yeah.
is, you know, the shorter side. You know, he's really taking advantage of the shorter side.
Right, coming on to bowl now, Dejon Charles, the skipper. He's going to be bowling to Joshua James, who's waiting for this first delivery. 66 for one, James on 48. Pope could be underneath this, and he spills it.
So, regulation catch is being put down by Hope. Shellen, is this the game?
Yeah,
Would this drop catch be the game?
you have the batsman that you have to get out, hitting one up. I mean, those are things that you practice so many times before the game. He got himself, oh, that wasn't very nice. One of the spectators shouting out, easy catch. A bit harsh. Afraid to say that it was, though. That comes out into the deep, and there's a misfield. Luckily, there's a man backing up. It's beginning to unravel for the Islanders, I'm afraid.
So Joshua James taking this ball from Millistom and flicking it to that backward square region and running aggressively, and we're able to get 2 runs. So a more relaxed Gunners bench at the moment.
Hit hard down the ground, straight. I think that's Mark Dial throwing in. But he can't get back in time. They ran hard, but unfortunately Vincent wasn't able to make his ground, and he's run out.
But totally need, you know, to be a chance in it, but possibly giving the Islanders a lifeline here.
Well, the odd thing about that was they just recorded the 50 partnership between them, and I think Vincent had one out of the 50.
So that's just to tell you, Shellen, how dominant Joshua James has been during this innings. He has been very commanding.
Yeah, whatever extras, and then the balance from the bat of James. Vincent contributed exactly 1 to that.
I would like to take the opportunity to say a special good night to Dwayne Lau out of Novel Sports. He's locked on at the moment. Good night to you, Dwayne.
Well, this time, and that's gone over. That's going to go over. That's over the boundary. Pope was Pope was underneath it, but it was way over his head.
So Joshua James is really adding insult now to that drop catch.
And to Pope, because it was Pope who put him down. .59 now. 77 for 2. Has a swing at that one, but misses. .77 for 2. James really enjoying himself. Could end up with the highest score of the competition so far. He pushes that into the offside. They come through for one, and it's Shaquille Duncan who's going to be on strike now.
So intelligent batting from Joshua James.
Like you were saying, that should have been the shot before instead of the run out.
Yeah.
That was the end of the over. Sorry.
No, I just want to just recoil a bit, Sheldon. If that catch was taken by Pope and 2 new batters were out there, the Islanders possibly would have been able to really strangle those guys. But with Joshua James in total control at this stage, you know, the Gunners seem well poised at this stage.
That's going to be our spot in the break, isn't it? Going to rush there and see what's on offer tonight. I've got some drinks already. Not sure which one of those 3 stalls I'm going to go for.
But I'm not seeing my favorite popcorn vendor, Sheldon.
No, I'm glad they haven't had the popcorn vendor in, because they were plugging into our electricity. Using our power. Sure, they overloaded our generator on a couple of occasions. 78 for 2. Duncan has yet to face a ball. James is on 60 and looking strong. He's going to be on strike. Vincent was kept out of it for so long. It's not surprising that he was going to run on anything. Duncan may feel that he's got to do the same.
Well, this is going to be a very important over, Sheldon. It's the power play, the 3rd power play over. And if Terence Hines could possibly pry out a couple of wickets in this over, it could really set for an exciting finish at the back end of this innings. Just 2 things going to happen here, Sheldon. It's either Joshua James is going to take him to the cleaners with just 2 fielders that are mandated to be outside the 30-yard circle.
Hines with his customary practice run. And just want to say thanks to Anil, who steps out. Actually, he squeezes out. And it's Vidya to join us. Good evening.
Hi, good evening. What a time you all have had, and what a special innings this has been from Joshua James, his second 50 of the event, and some heat coming his way here from Terence Hines. Yeah, that one certainly did hustle him up.
Yeah, just turned him round a little bit and he pushed that into the offside. I'm not quite sure that he knew exactly where it was going, but they managed to take a run anyway.
I remember David Gower once saying about the bowling of Michael Holding that it's a great cure for a hangover. And certainly Hines is not the pace of Michael Holding, but he does hustle you up. Especially with that late swing outside the off stump.
He'll be pleased that you mentioned him in the same sentence as Michael Holding.
I'm sure he would. Terence Hines can be a fiery character and has been pulling his teammates up. Should be one only here. And they're on course here for victory once again. The Gunners, that comes off. Is this going to be close? Yes. No, it's not. I thought that was going to be out there, but it's Candice Laborde disagrees, and she says he made his crease there, Shaquille Duncan.
Well, they'd already had in front of him. We'll give him the benefit of the doubt. And anyway, it's not up to us to decide. The umpire's already given her decision, and that was not out.
17 balls to go, and they're chasing 102 for victory. So this should be easy here for them. And Joshua James certainly looking to rack up another Man of the Match award. On the leg side, that's a nice looking take there by Charles. I remember he's a professional goalkeeper, so that's an easy one. I guess if you can catch the small ball like that big FIFA-approved Mikasa or whatever it is, it's going to be easy for you.
You're quite right, though. Goalkeepers do make particularly good fielders. That's a good point.
Yeah, certainly. The way he moved across there took it very well. Hines now trying to make some magic here for the Islanders. I think that Duncan's approach here, he's gone very aggressive, but he just needs to get bat on ball here. A lot of singles on offer in this, and in fact, if you can get it through the front foot just in the modern fashion, away to the leg side. Now he gets this one away, and that's going to go for 4. That's what he wanted to do, the ball before. This one a little bit closer to the stumps, and a true mid-wicket for a boundary. Duncan moves on by 4, and the Gunners are 4 closer to victory here. They're 5th in a row.
Yeah, you just get the feeling that he didn't snatch at that one as he did the first. A little bit more concentrated. Got as much bat on it as he could. And that went for 4.
Bowling with the wind here. This should aid his outswinger. Let's see if he goes for it here. Very full delivery, and what a great bit of fielding by Terence Hines. He is very good with his hands, Terence Hines. Fast hands, great reach.
And out, and it stopped that from going for runs.
He's not the tallest man in the world, but so he got on there pretty quickly there, Terence Hines. Well, that was a short one. That one never got above the stumps at all. Just kept low, and Duncan wasn't able to get anything on that. So 2 overs to go here, and it is 16 runs to win in 2 overs. This should be easy, but we've seen funnier things happen.
He was expecting that one to lift a bit, wasn't he?
Some of the youngsters here watching on, and I'm sure they'd love to get in on the action. And who knows, we might see one or two of them involved in later editions of this BAGO T10 Blast.
They've got their little phones and they can watch the replays from Cricket 360 on there. I'm sure that's what they're watching.
Yes, guys, you're on TV right now. Just turn around to make you wave at us. Candice Laborde.
See, they are waving.
So, change in wicketkeeper here. The Jean-Charles stays exactly where he is, because that's where he was standing when he was keeping in the last over. So, this is a tournament that we've seen quite a lot of this changes. In fact, we saw 3 keepers in one innings. Here's Charles, 86 for 2. His team in some trouble here, and they're in further trouble because that is hammered into the adjacent car park for 6. And Joshua James continues to mow down this small target of 102.
I've got some news for that new playing cricket. Don't park your car there.
Yep.
Luckily, everyone who's working there has gone home. But if it's a daytime game, park somewhere else.
Yeah. All of the employees making that note right now. 92 for 2. Better delivery here from Charles. That's 1. They will get 2 here. And that is Hines in very quickly. So that's 2 more for James. 67 now. And I make it, this is the highest score of the competition. And Joshua James, with his second 50, has now gone past the highest score, I believe, which was 62 by Alfred in one of the previous games.
I think you might be right there. Visham will confirm that because he is a man of all those sorts of stats. Yeah, Ronnie will confirm it as well. Look, they're all jumping in there now.
Not a single. They will get a second run here. And James continues on. Wow, what an innings this has been. And we're seeing In case you've never heard about Joshua James, played for the Jamaica Talawas last year, the Fort Charlotte Strikers in the Vinci League. He is starting to build a reputation here. A little bit winded at the moment, but that fitness level will build.
And the last 2 balls, which he's taken, 2 of each of them, he hasn't tried to hit them too hard.
1 hit away from victory here, the Gunners, and 5 straight.
That's on the pads.
Yeah, clearly off the pads this time, and they get 1. They won't go back for the second one. The crowd just willing James to stay back there. They want to see him come out, not out here.
They want to see him maybe hit another big one.
So he's on to 71 now, and I make it that with that run, with the 2 runs previously, he's now gone past Alfred for the most runs in the competition. He's now up to 210. So Joshua James, you're the man in charge. Number 1 run scorer in the competition.
What's that soca song? Follow the leader.
We'll get 1 here. And, well, Aaron Alfred has a chance to respond later on. He's been absolutely fabulous with those 3 half centuries. And interestingly, he's only been dismissed once in the competition, and that was a run out. So he's averaging an uber Bradman-esque 208.
1 ball left in the over, I think.
And 4 runs to go here. James might be looking to end this one in style here. The crowd in Roxborough all agog there in anticipation of the end of this match. He's gone for it there. That's going to go out towards Hines, who is a very good fielder. And that is 1. They're gone for 2. And that is good running indeed from Joshua James. Might have been thinking about a third, but the 100 is, well, they're very close to the 100 here now. There is the 100 up for 2 wickets. Just 2 runs to go in the last over. Are you willing to go out on a limb here, Rooksy? Who's going to win this one?
I'm not, actually. I couldn't tell you. Yeah. Too close to call.
Too close to call, yeah.
It hasn't been the best of campaigns by the Islanders. Here was an opportunity really to pull themselves back into it. They needed to win. However, they were up against the form team, the unbeaten team, and that's going to stay the same for tonight. The Gunners are going to come out on top. What a turnaround from the last edition.
Yeah, it certainly is.
They were so dejected at the end of that campaign, and it may very well have been the thought that they were in for the same. That's not the case.
Here's Pope. 2 runs to go to win here. This one is hit away straight to the fielder. That's good fielding by York. So can Pope do the business here with the ball for the Islanders? It's all stacked against him right now. Duncan, and again straight at the... Oh, he's missed it. He manages to recover well.
Marcus Daniel, the stadium announcer, telling us there's still life in the game. Well, yes, technically.
Hit away, and that's the game. Victory for the Gunners. 5 in a row for the Gunners. And Shaquille Duncan ends it in style. They've won.
Field placement, bring the men in. There wasn't anything that you could do. If you were going to go over the top.
So there it is, the fans of Joshua James enjoying themselves, and boy, is that lady, she is enjoying herself. And the team's meeting now, but that is victory for the Gunners, 5 in a row, and they have all but confirmed their place in the final. Now remember, in the second game we have coming up here, if the Divers and the Rangers, if the Divers aren't able to win here, it will mean that the Gunners are automatically into the finals. But once the Divers win this next game later on today, it'll come down to the very last day. Certainly that's what we want to see.
Well, we have the Man of the Match award coming up shortly. I wonder who that's going to go to.
I wonder. Well, if you didn't want to put your money on a team that had 2 runs to win in the last over, I'm sure you're not betting on Joshua James, are you?
I'm going to go double or nothing on this one.
All right, okay. Well, fair enough. So Joshua James, 73 not out. Duncan, 11, 104 for 2. Victory for the Gunners here with 3 balls to spare. And the Man of the Match of award is going to be... Man of the Match award is should go to Joshua James. So we'll end it off here with news that the Gunners have won their 5th match in a row. They've won here by 8 wickets. Another comprehensive victory for the form team in the competition. And don't forget, coming up in just about 20 minutes or so, it is match number 10, second game tonight. It's the Buccoo Reef Divers. They're coming up against the Rainforest Rangers, and defeat here for the Rangers could virtually confirm that they will be out of the competition. Video Ramphel here for Cricket 360. We will have more coming up in the next game. Reef Divers, winning 3 of their 4 games so far, and they are looking for number 4, which will push them towards continue to challenge for that top spot and the automatic place in the finals of the BAGO T10. Gerald Alfred is the batsman facing Imran Khan at the other end, and William Williams. Played square, they go through for the quick single, and Khan would have been on his bike and back home if that had struck the stumps. From one stump to MAQ, he misses. Good time to say hello and welcome to Sheldon Rooks. And Rooksy, I'm sure you would have knocked that stump out of the ground.
I'll tell you, it was a good time to say hello to me, but we could have been saying goodbye to Imran Khan even before he'd faced the ball. It wouldn't have done very well, would it?
It's what they call the platinum duck.
I
The one
suppose
where
so,
you
yeah.
can face the ball
At all. And it was a good strong throw. I mean, it was hit reasonably hard. It went for me too quickly for them to take the single. It was a very, very risky single. Anyway, here's Williams again.
Good delivery, and William Williams, he certainly does pack some pace here. The man from St. Vincent and the Grenadines, only 22 years old, promising prospect here for the Windward Islands.
Squared and then Khan up, didn't it? Ugly looking position to finish it, and then both of your feet are pointing down the wicket. It wants to be side on. That's, you know, the preferred position. And when you get turned round, you know that something's gone wrong.
The defending champions in green, the Rainforest Rangers, in all sorts of trouble, losing 4 games in a row, looking for their first win. Khan has cracked that one away through the covers before. That is Imran Khan. That's what he loves. Outside the off stump, played that very well, and all along the ground for 4-5 without loss.
Right in his hitting zone, that was. Nice hands all the way through the ball. Beautiful shot. Yeah, you were talking about the problems that the Rainforest Rangers face. They lose here, and that's it, no chance.
Rivals beat the Rangers by 16 runs in the reverse fixture. Off the edge of Imran Khan's bat, and eventually one down to third man. And Taliban does the fielding there. And the Buccoo Reef Divers, of course, named after the famous Buccoo Reef here. I understand that Jacques Cousteau actually visited once. Said it was
Apparently.
the 3rd best place to see in the world for him.
And he saw a few places in his time, didn't he?
Quite a few.
So,
In fact, he's seen everywhere.
that was a deliberate edge from Khan. You could see that. With nobody in the area, he played that nicely. Very thick edge.
And Gerald Alfred picks up another run, and he is the top scorer in the competition, 210 runs now. Before, Joshua James went on his rampage, 73 in that earlier game. But Alfred just he's on 2 now at 7 without loss at the end of the over. One more run, and he's past Alfred again. He'll go past.
With both
Joshua
James. Yeah. So they've swapped positions momentarily. And we may yet see, as you say, another swap.
Spectators there just going around looking for something to eat at the moment. And I'm sure you visited 1 or 2 of the stalls. The fries are pretty good.
I have. I've been down to a couple, and there are a lot of people in here who've decided, okay, the food's good enough, we'll come and eat here. And they've been, you know, lining up there, queuing up for their evening meals.
1 or 2 of those are players from the previous game who are filling up, doing some carb loading there, let's say.
Hungry. Hope I can see tucking into something there. Or maybe it's just someone wearing a Pope shirt.
Could be that. 7 without loss at the end of the first over. Just to remind you how things went in the last game. The Divers, batting first in that one, got 104 for 4. Alfred 62 not out. Imran Khan got 21. So they formed the basis of that innings of 104 for 4. David Stupler 18 for the Rangers. The Rangers only got 88 for 4. Jason will run away for 4. Jason Mohammed wasn't far away from that, but even he couldn't catch up with that. That is absolutely smacked away for 4.
Yeah, there was that sound of the bat as it slapped.
Well, Tion Webster, who has received his fair share of punishment from bowlers over the years, he's only a part-time medium pacer. He looked back with some surprise that one blew past him. Alfred cracks this one straight to the fielder. He got a nice little bounce there, and it would have, actually, if it hadn't jumped up there, it would have been at an uncomfortable height. But well fielded there by the man in the outfield, Josh Telemann.
It's a 16-year-old from Bishop's High School here in, well, down in Scarborough, where he's at school. Promising youngster.
And we'll get another one. Telemann playing for the Masqueraders in the under-19 competition across in Trinidad. One of the 4 teams created for that particular competition. Of course, named after characters in Trinidad, the Masqueraders, of course.
There is a feel of so much ease and comfort about the divers. And they're only on the second over.
Got a little bit, Webster, just output of ready. This in such great form. And the discussion has been, in terms of the batting, outside of these two, it's been great to see that the dominant batsmen have been from Tobago in this competition. As you would expect, with local conditions, they would know them well. Bowler, another one. And so we've had the 2 dominant batsmen, Jaron Alfred and Joshua James, and that has been good to see. They're putting their hands up here in a big way.
You could argue that the dominant batsman has been from one family.
Yes, certainly. Don't forget Orlando James. Jason Mohammed has also had a good series. He is 3rd in the competition. He may yet have another say later on about his place in the scheme of things here. Khan looking very comfortable again. Picks up another one. And this is what he does. He just picks up the singles, and afterwards he can always accelerate here. After the end of 2 overs, 14 without loss, the divers.
Just stepped across his stumps there to put himself in a better position. Just move it around for the bowler, put him off his length or line. But both of them look very, very comfortable out there.
And if you're noticing a different angle today in the cricket, that's because we've gotten a higher scaffolding in. So that's why you're seeing it the camera angle is from a much better angle, so you're seeing things better. And you can see the scaffolding at the back there. And we actually have a model standing, holding up the scaffolding. That's Anil Lakham has decided to hold it up for us.
Oh, goodness me.
Following the postman.
I thought it was that cushion that I brought along, because the angle wasn't right for me yesterday, so I brought along a cushion to sit a bit higher, and now you tell me it's the scaffolding.
Yes, it is. Unfortunately,
I got that wrong.
So, better angles, improving every day we are here.
Adams.
Looking to improve the scoreline, 15 without loss after 2. And they're going to bring in this young, impressive player, Josh Telemann, left armer.
He's coming on from the far end then. Okay, we can see him running from the commentary picture on the screen. We can see it. We've got 13 on his back, just marking out his run-up, and we saw him earlier on doing some work with David Furlong out in the middle, in particular with the run-up. I spoke to David Furlong about the run-up, and today they were looking to tidy it up. Anyway, here he comes now.
Hit that straight. Is that going to go to the fielder? That has gone all the way for 6, and Khan high over long on, pitched up here from Telemann, and he will learn very quickly that Imran Khan just loves that. That's meat and drink to it.
I just want to add something about having spoken with David Furlong about Josh Telemann. I'm not suggesting for a moment that after the conversation they decided to do something with the run-up. They were already talking about it, and I just happened to mention it. So I'm not
cover region for another boundary here for Imran Khan. A bit too full here from Telemark. It's either hard length or very full. You have to go on this pitch. Hasn't quite hit his length yet.
I think we should point out, and I think I'm right in saying, because I did chat to Imran Khan about this, that although he is known primarily as a bowler, he did start off life as an opening batsman. So, and he loves the bat. It's just that he gets labelled as a bowler now, and he gets pushed further and further down. But you can see he's got genuine cricket shots, lovely shots.
He started his first-class career as an opening batsman. Didn't have a great time in his first 5 first-class matches, and he actually went into the wilderness a little bit. But it was during a match that Trinidad and Tobago were playing in Barbados that he was bowling some leg spin to one Brian Charles Love. It was a bit about bowling. Was pulling out, and Lara suggested that what he was doing was good. He should stick to leg spin. And 250 plus wickets later, here he is.
He just wanted to get rid of any top order batsman, didn't he? No one to give him any competition.
And he's a slash to that one, not far away from the fielder, but he's going to get one here. Lara doesn't. He did combination. Yeah, as good as Imran Khan is. I mean,
He wasn't going to rival Brian.
Brian Lara is a special talent.
There was a little suggestion of a chop about that shot. Did you see that?
Yes,
So
it certainly was.
If you look at the space there that he dropped that into, for me, he's had a deliberate dive with a thick edge down to third man, and he's got that chop there. And for me, those are not edges, and they're not poor shots. He knows what he's doing, Imran Khan.
Well, that is definitely an edge, and that's running away for 4. Oh, he's holding his head, Josh Telemark, and that expression tells it all. That one just missed the leg stump. Nothing the keeper could have done, and away to the boundary for 4.
Well, it could have. The scorebook could now have read Alfred bowled Telemark 4. Instead, that inside edge, I mean, it really was a lucky and a streaky shot that went for 4, and it now reads Alfred not out 8.
So we're here in Roxburgh at the Sid Gray Sporting Complex, and fancy not, Sid Gray's not sitting too far away from us here.
Almost every night he's
been
been
here. He loves his cricket, and he might actually be playing in that celebrity match on Friday. Just a good time to tell you how this competition is structured in case you're here for the first time. Flurry of boundaries in this over, 3 of them in fact. Alfred will pick up another single here. So the team that finishes at the top of the preliminary round goes straight into the finals, and they will sit and wait on Friday evening. The second 2 teams, that's the second and third place teams, they will play an eliminator on the first game. In the first game on Friday, there will be a celebrity match in between, and then the winner of that eliminator will take on the top place team in the final. That's the format of the competition. The 4th place team is eliminated at that point. Well, that's way down the leg side, and again for the second time in the over, that has run away for 4. A nightmare over here for Josh Telemark and the youngster, none for 15, only 4 legal deliveries bowled.
Well, we saw this happen with a more with a much more experienced player, and we've seen it happen, on big stages. I'm just looking to see where the captain is and who's got their arm around him, who's talking to him, who's trying to settle him. Ansel Ned is the captain of the team, isn't he? I'm not sure where he is, but right now I would be as close to him as possible.
Oh, cut away by Khan for 4. Once again, Khan showing his class here. A timely and a well-timed deflection away for a boundary. And finally, the over comes to an end here. 30 without loss, 15 runs. In fact, there's one more ball. 15 runs coming off the over so far.
Yeah, beautifully guided No man out on that deep boundary. And Khan, you could see as soon as he saw it was short, deliberately guiding it there. And whatever pace Telemark was able to generate on the ball, Khan was able to use it.
Well, there's Visham Lalman doing a yeoman service out there with the camera. Just adjusting it, making it sure we get the right angles to bring you the broadcast. And yeah, it is.
Great job.
Nice, nice shot there of Visham Lalman. Man who gets up every morning, he exercises a lot. And that's why he can climb that 18-foot scaffold there. I had a real time climbing that up. I'll tell you what, it was put on video and it wasn't great to see when I look back at it. In the meantime, another bowling change here, and
it was 20 off the last over video.
Yeah, it was. That's very, very heavy, and the youngster feeling the brunt of the attack there of Imran Khan, and there wasn't a lot of big shots there from Imran Khan. Let's see. He's just getting the angles right there, and it looks like it is Asif Hooper is going to be coming in. Or is this, well, it doesn't quite look like Asif Hooper. This might be Addison Daniel, in fact, is the man coming in. Yes, it is Daniel. Hooper also has a beard similar to that one. So here's Daniel. See what he does here, and it's Jermaine Alfred. And who is pulling this one straight to the fielder. Well, they're going for a second run here. This could be close. No, he's going to get there simply and easily there. And a fumble by Ryan Williams. It's difficult, a difficult outfield, but he manages to get the double.
Well, the good thing there that Williams did was to get his body behind the ball. So even when he fumbled it, it wasn't going to get past him.
More work for Williams here as he comes into the picture now. This time he times it well, got a nice little bounce before he put it in his hands. Yeah, so I mentioned that Williams would have done some work in Australia in 2020.
He took a risk there when he bent down because his legs were apart. He got both hands between his legs, and that's not the textbook way to pick that ball up, especially when the outfield isn't that good.
Well, he drags that one down, and Khan is disappointed as he takes a little walk to square leg. He knows that he should have put that one into the Sid Gray Sporting Complex stand here.
18 off 9 balls, looking to get a lot more now.
Well, that one is going to be put away through the extra cover region. The fielder's across to it and makes the stop, gets the body behind it well. Shorter delivery there from Daniel, and luckily he wasn't able to put it away again here, Imran Khan.
We did have the covers on very, very briefly for a light shower.
Pulled away again, straight to Williams this time. And Khan, he's just too short. So even if there is any turn on offer there for Daniel, it's just too short. And the batsmen just have eons of time to just pull it away.
Williams is indeed being kept busy.
This one's going towards Williams. He's going across. Will he take the catch? He does. And that is the end of Alfred. It's the first time that Alfred has been dismissed outside of the run out. And for the first time, Alfred falls cheaply here. He is gone early, out for 20 of 13 deliveries.
Yeah, I think when you set your standards so high, then 20 off, what was it, 13 balls goes down as a failure. But if you look at the 41 for 1 in the 5th over, you don't feel that bad, do you?
No, you don't. But I'm sure Alfred will be disappointed. And he has put a little distance between himself and Joshua James now in the race for the highest run scorer. There are also prizes for the most wickets. Hooper, who's on the team for the Rainforest Rangers, he is one of them up there. There's also the most promising young player. And Joshua James is far ahead in the running for that right now.
A good start, I think, for the divers. I think they're in a good position here. Nice platform from which to launch. And Khan, I think, you know, this may be his night.
Certainly could. Imran Khan is joined by Jed Gooley. Jed Gooley has had figure scores in this competition, so he'll be looking to improve his stats.
Yeah, he's due for a big score, isn't he?
He certainly is.
And for me, you've got two batsmen here who could cause real problems, and for different reasons. Khan knows, you know, what he's capable of and likes to show it, and he's already 19 off 10. Gooley hasn't really fired, but there's the fire in his belly, and he's going to want to do something. If they both come off, there could be real trouble.
Two Trini batsmen against a Trini bowler here in Jason Mohammed. All of these players very familiar with each other's games, so this could be very interesting here. Khan will certainly fancy his chances against Jason Mohammed.
Yeah, the only Tobagonian in the shot is Christian Adams. All right, we've got the umpire with his back to us, but Adams is the keeper who is facing and just trying to direct some traffic here.
It's Ronnie McKenna, who is out there umpiring today, and he's joined out there by Sean Wilson. Steve Kennedy is the third umpire today. It's Jason Mohammed. Well, that's short again, and Khan hammers that straight. It's not going to go all the way to the boundary. The field are getting a nice bounce again, and that is 2 for Imran Khan. And if you want to be hypercritical of Imran Khan, yes, he's getting some short deliveries, just haven't been able to put them away. That tells you about the pitch is very slow.
Slow, yeah,
you have to build you just have to build your own momentum there.
Yeah, he hit that very straight, and the straight boundaries are the longest part of the ground. They're a good 60 meters down at that end.
Big hit there, lost his shape there, Imran Khan, and keeper takes it, just waiting for Khan to overbalance. So standing there waiting. We saw the Alex Stewart do that to Brian Lara once in a ODI match. As soon as Brian Lara's foot just raised up, he stumped him. Seemed like an eternity later. Another big hit here he's gone for. And Jason Mohammed is getting the better of Imran Khan here. A little smile on his face. But interestingly, he didn't bowl a lot in the competition before yesterday. A bit surprised by that because he has a reputation of taking wickets. Jed Gooley just having a quick word with Imran Khan.
48 for 1.
This one deflects away and will get 1. And the thing is, these are two men who have captained Trinidad and Tobago. Khan is the current captain. Jason Mohammed has captained TNT before. Remember, he also captained the West Indies last year in Bangladesh in the ODI series.
We've got some high-quality performers here up in Roxburgh. The local crowd happy to see some quality cricket here. There was just an announcement about some games that are going to be carded in Trinidad with this upcoming CPL, weren't they?
Yes, of course, that announcement was made earlier today. Trinidad and Tobago is going to host some games, as we suspected. TNT has rarely been left out of the CPL mix. Gooley will off the mark here on 1, and they will go back for 2. He's a fit young man, Jed Gooley. And just to give you the details of that, in case you haven't picked it up already, TNT will host CPL matches in September between the 12th and 18th of September. Matches played in the 15th edition of the T20 competition. Remember, the tournament runs from the 30th of August to the 30th of September. Wow, that turned, oh wow, he turned that like, can't believe that. Is that Jason? That turned a good 45 degrees there. There's Sid Gray in the green shirt there, and he and his friends, the guy in the blue and the guy in the pink, they've been here every day, and they certainly have enjoyed themselves royally.
They've kept us well entertained, haven't they?
Yeah, they certainly have. And I think one of the reasons, when you're named, the stadium's named after you, you're allowed to come in for free, and you actually have a seat set aside for you in the stadium.
Was that the Sid Gray seat then?
No, I don't think that is his seat. His seat is actually in the stands. But being the humble young man he is, he wants to sit out here with his friends. 48 matches for Trinidad and Tobago, made his debut against Costa Rica. And I saw that match, came up against Hernan Medford, the outstanding Costa Rican. Had a torrid time in his first game, but his career took him to the 2006 World Cup. I mean, what an achievement that was.
51 for 1 as Ned begins his over.
This one's hit overhead, and Ned looks on to see. That's a good bit of fielding by the man coming across, and just keeping it down to 1. Jason Mohammed is fielding in that position.
There was a suspicion from Gooley that he wanted to come back for a second, but there was a big shout, no, changed his mind, and it was Khan then who had to be told, no, go back. And they're just going to go in the middle and sort that out now, because there was initially the call of yes. And when Khan turned to run, Gooley decided, because he could see what was happening, he said no. But Khan had already set off. So I think it was a question of him saying, hey, make your mind up, you know.
May have come off the pad there, just a slight deflection, and they pick up 1. See what the signal from the umpire is. Yeah, he did get bat on that. The umpire on this end is Sean Wilson. 53 for 1, so this is a good start. 53 in 6 overs. So they're looking good for a score in the region of 100. They can keep the wickets about them.
Yeah, that seems like a likely score.
Oh, he said that high. This could go all the way for 6. Oh, yes, it's gone. Oh, and there's youngsters in the area there. That was perilously close for them. And they had no clue that the ball was.
Around there, he just ducked his head, didn't he? That one is
wide this time from umpire Wilson. Gooley looking on, and Khan has provided a template of how to play on this pitch. Take the singles on offer early, just play yourself in, and then when your limbs and eyes become accustomed to the pitch, you can launch into the attack.
Gooley's only faced 3 balls. He'll want to face a lot more than that tonight. Oh, that's gone wide.
Very, very wide this time from Ned. And you want to go full and wide on this pitch, or for the spinners here. Ned has been under attack here. 6, 1, 1, 6, and then 2 wides. Khan hits this one high into the air. He could be caught here. He should be caught, and is. Imran Khan goes, and he is out, caught for 29. Another nice little cameo from Khan has come to.
As he held on to it, but as you say, 29 off 17. It's a good knock from Khan, and given the 20 that was already put on by Alfred, 61 for 2, the bulk of the runs so far. It's up to Gooley and the incoming Antonio Providence now to take it on from here.
Antonio Providence walks out, and he's joined by Jed Gooley. And the main run scorers are already gone. Alfred 20, Khan 29. And just to remind you that the ones outside of those 350s, or rather 450s that we saw from Alfred, the only other innings in which he did not get more than 30, they actually lost that game. So is that an omen?
Is that he was 28th or something? In that
29, I believe it was. Yeah. 28, in fact, you're correct. He has scores, Alfred, 58, 62, 28, 60, and 20 in this one. So a relative failure when it goes, when you really think about it.
Yeah.
But the last time that he got a low score like that, if you can call that a low score, they lost the game. So could that be an omen here for the Rainforest Rangers to rally around?
Ansel Ned is going to be bowling to his clubmate, Providence. They both play for C&B United.
Deflected away nicely and picks up 1. So Providence off the mark here on 1, Gully on 3. And Gully hasn't had a great tournament with the bat at least. He's bowled well, but he would certainly want to get a score here.
Yeah, he's a quality player, and it's only a matter of time before he comes off. The Rainforest Rangers were hoping it won't be tonight.
Yes, Gully's doing the right thing. He's tried to pull the trigger very early in some of his previous innings. This time round, he's just pushing the singles. I think he's looked at Imran Khan. He's perhaps taken some advice here, and he is doing the right thing at the moment. 63 for 2 at the end of 6 overs. They're going along, Brooksy, at 9 and over here, so that should give them 27. So 90 is on the cards here if they continue at this pace.
And the pressure, in a way, because you've got 63 on the board already, is not on you. You know what's required of you now with 3 overs left to go. You've played yourself in with 4 balls. I mean, how can you play yourself in with 4 balls? You've been out there for a while and you've been seeing Khan at the other end. Now's your time.
Spectators, the fishermen, having already finished their tasks for the day, fixing their nets and whatever, they're just enjoying the cricket now. And they're watching Jason Mohammed bowling to Jed Gully. Oh, he's almost played that one on. And the first shot of aggression from Jed Gully, and he almost perishes. This has been a blueprint of what has happened to him in this tournament already.
This is so not what he needs at this stage. To get out in an ugly fashion.
How does that affect his psychology here? Is he going to go back into a shell, push the singles, or is he going to continue to trust his batting? Now he's gone straight through him, and once again, Jed Gully, the first time that he's tried a big shot, next delivery, he's lost his middle stump here to Jason Mohammed, and a Starman celebration from the star of this Rainforest Rangers team. And Gully has had to go for 4, another low score for him, 63 for 3.
Yeah, well, that makes things a little bit more difficult for the captain, and if you had anything like coach and selection panel, if you see what I mean, maybe they get together and talk about it, because 1 or 2 where it's not going right, okay, you might still feel that you're going to give him another run out, but there must come a time when you say, look, sorry, it's not happening, we've got to let you go. And I think that time may have come, I'm afraid.
So it is Iraq Thomas, and several years ago, many would remember that Iraq Thomas, against his native team, Speyside, scored 100 in a very quick time. Many considered it a world record. Just to tell you, it was 100 of 21 balls for Scarborough Mason Hall against Speyside, where he's from. He actually got 131 of 31 balls in Scarborough. So he's dined out on that in that particular innings for a long time, playing in England these days.
Well, he needs another innings tonight in order to make sure that the divers don't stall here.
He's not going to get one there. Jason Mohammed just plays it straight back to him. And Iraq Thomas playing for the Caverswall Cricket Club, North Staff and South Cheshire League. Joined them in December 2020.
He's just moved from them, actually.
So he's moved on again.
Yeah.
Oh, that's beaten the fielder, and that's going to run close to the boundary here. And he's bailed out here by one of his other fielders, but that is 2 for Iraq Thomas here.
Yeah, he's going to play in the Premiership in the Birmingham Cricket League next year, I think, which is a much better level for him.
Of teamwork there. There was a suggestion there could have been a third run there.
Wide stance from Thomas.
Plays that one away well. That's beaten the fielder again, and they should get 2 more. So Iraq Thomas, certainly when he came to the airport last week ahead of the tournament, greeted by his family there with a
Yeah, it's not easy, you know, playing your cricket away for long periods of time.
Faster delivery from Jason Mohammed, and just won this time. So Iraq Thomas hasn't gotten off to an explosive start here, but exactly what they need at this point. 5 of 4. They've lost the wicket of Cooley in the over. 12 balls to go, and the Divers are 68 for 3, and the Islanders looking on there, wondering where their next win is going to come from.
Yeah, well, the Rangers needed to slow them down, and they've had a couple of overs now of just pegging things back. I think this will make for a better contest. You know, the bigger the score that they've got to chase down, the harder it was going to be for them. They need to restrict them as much as possible.
It's going to be Daniel to continue. Addison Daniel took a wicket in his last over. Will bowl his second over. Don't forget, tomorrow the Islanders will be taking on the Rangers. And the Rangers, if they can pull off a win today and beat the Islanders tomorrow, they could force a way back into that third spot. So that's going to be very interesting. If they can pull off the win here today, and the Divers will that will confirm, of course, also that the Gunners will be into the final.
Yeah, so quite a lot can be worked out here.
A win for the Rangers could do a lot of good things for this competition. And that's what Daniel's going to try to do here. Help them towards that cause. Thomas hits that well for 4. Nice straight hit, full delivery, and a nice looking flow off the bat, straight back past the bowler for 4.
As he can generate. It's just the first big one that he's got hold of.
Yeah, some more at the bottom of the bat there. When he hits it, it stays hit. Well, he really went for that. Appealed for a stumping there, but turned down by umpire McKenna at the other end. And Iraq Thomas
we were talking about how hard he hits the ball, and on that occasion, coming immediately after he just hit one, he wanted to hit that one even harder. That was the problem there.
Umpire McKenna standing at square leg from Delaford. He played for Delaford and also appeared for Central Sports and Valiance in Trinidad.
Just down the just up the road from here, Delaford. He's got hold of that one.
Oh, this is gone. Will this go all the way? It's gone for 6 into the stands. And in fact, it's hit straight into the Divers dugout. And
for cover.
Well, I think somebody actually caught it. I didn't see it bounce.
I saw a few of them looking to get out of the way of that. Yeah, he's hiding it now.
Wide this time. Has to throw it wide. Now, there could be an overthrow here. In fact, they decided against it because the ball went very quickly down to Telemac, who, to his credit, was in quickly. Yeah, certainly not the same as when the ball was hit into the commentary box earlier. There were all sorts of people scurrying for cover here. I was actually trying to field the ball.
I saw that. Yeah, over my
it
shoulder.
may have looked I was moving away from it, but I was actually trying to put in the slide. Good delivery here, spinning away from the right-hander.
Yeah, looking to cut that.
That's exactly what happened to me. I was moving towards the ball. It just bounced awkwardly away from me.
Okay, we'll take your word for that.
Yeah, under edge. Nothing the keeper could have done about that one. Always the most difficult ones to take. And just one more here. So it's.
I think there may be one ball left. Yeah. Addison Daniel.
Last ball of his spell. Yeah, it's a good return to the over. Yes, they're going to get a single here. But after being hammered for that 6 earlier in the over and the 4 of the first delivery, he has done well to pull things back here. And that's 10, I think that 11 runs in the over. That's gone well.
I mean, that changes that changes the whole thing. So, all right. Yeah, there's nothing we can do about it now. Not to worry. All right, we will press on. We'll press on.
92 for 5. So
Yeah.
that is Williams. His spell in the books here. 2 overs, no maidens, 1 for 17. In fact, I don't
Yes.
think we've seen a maiden over in the competition at all. Yeah, we haven't seen
no,
one.
I can't remember.
I'll
Anyway,
check through today.
I'm just going to apologise to everyone at home. We were slightly misled because we misscored the number of overs. So we're sorry to have misled you, and apologies for that. But we've got more cricket for you. We've got another over.
That is the plus here. And Tion Webster, who bowled the first over from this end, is going to end off here. Yeah, you remember he was greeted by a scorching drive early. Let's see what happens in this one. Oh, that's a good delivery. Wide and full he's going to go. And this is going to be good tactics here because there's a deep point in place and it's 65 meters or more that you have to play with here. So he's been directed to bowl full and wide here. Just to the left of your picture where the batsman is, that boundary is 65 meters plus. So you're going to see a few more deliveries like that here. And look at where Adams is standing. That's where he's aiming at. And Webster does have the control to effect deliveries like that. And I think that Hooper is getting some advice here. I think that's what they're telling him, that he's going to go full and wide. But he's 29 years old. He's been playing cricket a lot. He knows exactly what they're doing here. This time it's too wide. Tried to go for a similar delivery. And umpire Sean Wilson says that is too far outside the off stump, son.
It was a long way off, wasn't it, to be honest? Just lost his shape as he got to the crease and pushed that a lot further than he would have hoped.
Another wide again. Bit too wide. He's just trying to follow the tactics that his captain has set out to him here, but losing the plot a little bit here. So that is only one legal delivery bowled. Still 5 to go. 92 for 5.
It's actually not that easy to bowl wide and stay within that boundary. It's very, very tight, and when your line is off stump and you're told bowled wide of that, it's very tricky.
Better this time, and that's the first run for Akko George, who's after 2 here. There was a chance at a run out there, maybe at the bowler's end, because George was very, very slowly off the mark, but they get the double all the same. So 4 runs in the final over, 96 for 5, so 100 very much on the cards here. And look at where the umpire is standing. Now imagine that a spot, if you just go straight through the umpire's right shoulder, you're just aiming at the top of a phone box, basically, in that area. Should be 2 more here. In fact, George is told to go back, and rightly so, because that one traveled straight to the fielder.
Yeah, no chance of coming back for a second there. The problem for the Rainforest Rangers is that they've bowled 2 wides in this last over. You've given them two extra balls. And now they're up at 97.
3 legal deliveries to go here from Tion Webster. None for 13 off his 2 overs. Part-time medium pacer. That's a hit straight to the fielder. Just 1 this time. That's better. I think he'll take that, Tion Webster. Just a run off the ball. So 2 legal deliveries going here, and the team representing the Buccoo Reef area, which is on the southern side of Tobago. What can they do here? They would certainly want to get into that final. That's wide of the... Oh, he gets away with one here. tell you what, I thought that one was even wider than the ones that had been called.
Just looking to see where that ball actually pitched. And then where it ended up.
Right behind the umpire's shoulder. That's where it pitched. Let's see if we can pick it up here. Here is back live now. Well, that's a good bit of running here. They pick up the bye, and that is one to end off the over here. So that is 9 runs scored. So 99 for 5 off the 10 overs. And that is the divers' total. They have set exactly 100 to win here. As easy as you like it. And if they are to win this one, the Rainforest Rangers, they will have to come up with 100 for victory.
It's hard to say that 100, to chase down 100. Or let's do it the other way. It's hard to say that 99 is a poor score. But there was a stage when we thought that they may go well beyond that. It didn't happen. You have to think then that Rainforest Rangers were able to restrict them to 99. But when you look at it from the chasing point of view, is 99 too much to ask of a team who haven't yet won a game?
And in fact, their highest score in the competition in their 4 innings so far is 90. So it's beyond. They'll have to go beyond any of the scores they have created already in this tournament to win this game. It's a tall ask, and the Rainforest Rangers, perhaps the odds are against them to win this one, but they will look to break the duck in this one. So come back in just about 8 minutes' time for the run chase, as the Rainforest Rangers will attempt to chase down a victory target of 100.
The letter trust me, you haven't experienced Tobago quite like this.
Welcome back to Tobago.
We welcome your return.
Little Tobago, welcome your return. Unspoiled, unseen, natural beauty.
When last did you surprise yourself?
Hello, this is your boy Kenneth Supersad, and I want to big up Quick Scope Cricket Newspaper. Make sure you get your Quick Scope Cricket Newspaper. Kenneth say so.
The letter of the day is C. C is for Cricket 360, the #1 cricket broadcasting and media company in the entire Caribbean. Watch now, Alia. If all you like all it cricket, Cricket 360 is your only choice. Watch now. Is local cricket them showing, international cricket, little regional cricket, and then little minor league and thing too. They're showing all that. So if you know you like your cricket, Cricket 360 is your #1 choice. Me myself, I is not no cricket lover and thing, Me myself, I real cricket lover and thing, But when I see the kind of programming Cricket 360 showing, watch now, I get hooked. Just like how Ramesh get hooked on the ex-girl, same way I get hooked. Watch now, and the thing is, it's real accessible. YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, anyhow you're getting your updates, and you're getting real updates in real time from real knowledgeable fellas. Them fellas that don't go so around thing, them fellas is real knowledgeable fellas. And watch, they have a nice program on a Friday, 7 o'clock that they show on Facebook. The Friday Night Lime, yes, they're giving you weekly updates on all your cricket around the world. So if you know you like your cricket, make sure and check out Cricket 360. Cricket 360. See.
Welcome back to the Sid Gray Sporting Complex here in Roxborough for the run chase as the Rangers, the Rainforest Rangers, the defending champions of the BAGO T10 competition, they are searching for their first win in 5 attempts. They have to chase down 100 to win against the Buccoo Reef Divers. The Divers have won 3 out of their 4 matches so far, and they are in a fairly strong position here because the Rangers have not gotten past 90 in terms of their scores in the competition. I'm Vidya Ramphal alongside Anil Lakan, and Anil, this is going to be a tough run chase here for the Rangers if they are to get it, but they need to win if they are to get a place in the semi-finals.
Yes, Vidya, pleasant good night to you, Vidya. It is a do-or-die situation for the Rangers. And they will need to really put a special batting performance here tonight to get across the line.
Yeah, they certainly will. And the Rainforest Rangers have sent out their opening batsman out there. Tion Webster is out there, number 12 on his back. And with him, with the Rainforest Rangers, is Ashon Pierre. So Webster and Pierre are the 2 batsmen. And Asif Hooper is the bowler from St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Just pulling out there. And you've been impressed with the players from St. Vincent and the Grenadines?
Yeah, they have been very athletic, I must admit, Vidya. But their all-round cricket has been good as well.
Swept away for 1. So that's the opening runs here. So they just need 99 now. That's all they're going to need here now, the Rainforest Rangers. And Webster off the mark on 1.
But what I've recognized, Vidya, is that as the evening progresses, the pitch tends to get slower and lower. So that I'm hoping, the Rainforest Rangers will be able to overcome that challenge, this encounter, and at least get over the line and give themselves a fighting chance to get into that eliminator.
Well, the Gunners were able to chase down a target to win last night in match number 8. The Rangers did not win that match. They were chasing also, and the Divers previously also chased down. So quite a few of the teams have been able to chase down targets and get victories batting second. The Rangers have not won a game here, and we were talking earlier about winning streaks, losing streaks. Why is it, for those who are watching on here, why do teams fall into that fall into losing streaks the way they do? As we watch Hooper to continue here. Slashed away, and that's going to run close to the boundary for 4 here. Nobody's going to stop that one. Short boundary, and that is the first boundary of the innings here for the Rangers. It's 6 without loss, and Webster off to 5.
So Hooper on this occasion bowling short and wide, and Tion Webster got on top of the bounce and caressed that through that backward point region, and it goes into the boundary for 4. But coming back to the conversation, Vidya, winning is the culture, and it's easy when you lose. Your confidence level tends to get to the point where sometimes it's difficult to pick yourself up.
Yeah, it's that blow to the morale of the team that really pushes the team down, and 1 victory can become 2. 1 defeat can also become 3 in that period. Attempt to sweep that by Webster, but that's down the leg side and signaled by umpire Sean Wilson. Just to remind you, Sean Wilson and Ronnie McKenna are the 2 umpires out there. Steve Kennedy is the 3rd umpire. This one's hit high up into the air. Hooper's backed it. Oh, that is an excellent catch by Hooper. He takes another wicket here, and the Vincentian has struck once again in the first over. The last match he played. Yeah, he just alters his pace so well, does Asif Hooper from the north side of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. And I was listening to an interview with him. He's quite an articulate and affable man. Certainly he's the kind of guy you want to talk to, and he has slotted into this team so well. I'll tell you what, all of these St. Vincent and the Grenadines players have worked out well for their franchise.
They have indeed, and they have been performing consistently well in all facets of the game, they have contributed video.
And one of the reasons for that is that also Tobago would have toured St. Vincent and the Grenadines back in 2019. So a lot of these players would have come up against each other on that tour. Friendships were built. Now these guys are here in Tobago, and further bridges are being built between these two fine cricketing countries.
And it's excellent that, both countries could, islands, could come together and really boost this brand video.
So Hooper's going to continue here, and the dismissal of Webster's brought the very dangerous Jason Mohammed. He missed out on a 50 last night, and Jason Mohammed, if they are going to chase this down the Rangers, he will be a vital part of that.
And Jason Mohammed will want to give himself an opportunity to settle as well video. He wouldn't want to go hell for leather.
Picks up a single early here. Nice still push into the offside. And that's what he does. He's done all his career. He's been able to manipulate the strike well. Picks up a single. End of the first over. 8 for 1. And once again, Asif Hooper striking early in the piece here and immediately pegging back the Rangers.
Yeah, a massive wicket, that of T and Webster, and that would definitely, it would have set the Rangers back quite a bit. But in Jason Mohammed and Pierre, they will be looking for this pair to rebuild the innings and build a fruitful partnership. Hopefully, they can really set the platform to get that score of 100 tonight and give themselves that opportunity to be part of that eliminator game.
Jed Gooley has had a fine tournament with the ball. He struggled with the bat all the way through, but with the ball, he's been very good. Took 4 wickets in his first match with his off spin, and there has been a lot of turn on offer in this particular pitch. There was one delivery from Jason Mohammed, which turned a mile just a few overs ago.
Yeah, the pitch is very dry video. So what is happening is that again a lot of the bowlers, the spin bowlers, the finger spinners are able to extract a lot of side spin, and that could be a contributing factor in this run chase tonight.
Yeah, and in fact, the wrist spinners who turn it that bit more have been getting oodles of spin out of this one. Yes, Gooley? Mohammed picks up one, just ambling across for the single here. No urgency at all from Mohammed. And that's a good throw, just hitting the stumps there. Jed Gooley, he has, in the past, he bowled a lot for the under-19 team at the World Cup in 2016. Hasn't bowled an awful lot at the higher level for Trinidad and Tobago, though.
But the T10, the Dream 11 T10, in my estimation, was his breakthrough period where he was given a good opportunity to establish himself at this T10 brand.
Yeah, his phone was ringing off the hook after that 91 of 31 balls he hit. Oh, he's bowled him, got straight through him. Another wicket here for Gooley. And he has cleaned up Ashon Pierre straight through his defenses. Second wicket down for the Rangers, and already they are in disarray.
Yeah, the Rangers. In terms of defending that 100 runs video.
Yeah, he was looking for some turn there. There was none on offer. In fact, as you mentioned, the ball just skidded on and straight into the middle stump. And Pierre has had to go here. Now, coming to the crease, it's the massive figure. Just trying to identify the player coming in. But it has been another big blow struck here by Jed Gooley, who continues to impress with the ball. If anything, with the bat, he's been starting well, just pushing the singles, and it's the first time that he tries to pull the trigger with the bat. That's where he's perished. It happened again here today, but I know he's due for a big score. I think we might see him maybe pull the choke tomorrow, but this time again with the ball, picking up an early wicket.
And a timely breakthrough as well. One of the ways to slow down the scoring rate video is to continue to chip away the wickets.
And they have done that here. So 2 wickets falling in the early part of this game. 8 balls gone, 2 wickets gone already. Gooley having a quick word with Jason Mohammed. He's telling him, why don't you go down to the other end? I have something special for you. Back down the track here from the new man, who is Davis. And Davis playing it back here. So Gully all of a sudden has pulled things back here for the Divers. Almost back to Gully. That was very, very close to a return catch there. Gully almost had two.
What is impressive about Jed Gully video is the fact that he's bowling wicket to wicket. So he's saying to you, you want to go, no problem. You miss, I hit.
Now he hits this one straight to cover, but it's a bubble in the outfield, and just one to the total here. So Gully has bowled ideally on these pitches, and some of the batsmen that we saw excel in the T10 in Trinidad, likes of let's say Webster, Gully, they haven't been able to really come to terms with the difficult conditions here in Roxborough. But others like Imran Khan and of course Jason Mohammed have done well. That's hit over extra cover for 4. Nicely lifted away by, and it's gone all the way. In fact, I tell you what, I thought that one was dropping just inside, but that has gone all the way for 6.
This occasion from Jed Gully, and Jason Mohammed lofted that ball over the long on position for a maximum.
So the run rate required 10.5. That's not too bad at this point. 16 for 2 at the end of 2 overs. The Rangers need 100 to win here, and the new man who's come in, Davis, just taking his guard, and they are going to continue here. And immediately they've gone to one of their trump cards. Imran Khan about to go on, and he has also been as great as he always is with the ball.
Yeah, Imran Khan is a noted wicket taker at all formats of video, especially in the 40 region. He's the leading wicket taker for Trinidad and Tobago with over 400 wickets.
Yeah, in the last few seasons, he certainly has been excellent, Imran Khan, especially last 10 seasons or so. What a time he's had. That's a good delivery to start off here from Khan, and so often you see this from him. He just starts off on a good length and line, and it's difficult to get him away. And by the time you get back into his stance, there he is. He's waiting for you already. And he has the variations to go with it also.
So on this occasion, producing the slider which rushes onto the batsman, didn't have no time to react whatsoever.
Kept low, and he's gone through him. He's bowled him here. And Imran Khan has struck, and the Rangers continue to flounder here as they're chasing 100. Jason. They've been able to peg the Divers back 99 for 5 in their overs there, but once again their batting has failed to fire, and they are now sending in Josh Telemack, the young left arm medium pacer. Let's see what he has with the bat here. He can bat well also. You've seen a lot of Josh Telemack.
Yeah, Josh Telemack at the moment is attached to the Trinidad and Tobago under 19 select team that's plying his trade with in the National 2 League, and he has shown some glimpses of brilliance, both bowling and batting at that level video.
Of course, the outside of the St. Vincent and the Grenadines players, some of the TNT players have also excelled. Khan has been one of them. Who has been the most impressive of the TNT players involved in Trinidad players, that is, involved in the competition?
Well, Jason Mohammed definitely has made his mark, as well as skipper Imran Khan.
Well, that's a good delivery, just able to keep that one out. Well, among the Tobago players, yes, Jaron Alfred has been great, and Joshua James, what a revelation he's been.
Well, he has always had the reputation video of hitting a long ball, but what I'm very impressed with is his consistency.
That's a good delivery from Khan. He's just bowling wicket to wicket at the moment, and that is the first maiden over of the competition. Imran Khan won for 0 at the end of the over. We haven't seen any. They haven't either. And there is the first maiden. And what a... I think I'm going to go there after the over.
Well, what a timely to put that 6 balls together video.
Yeah, it certainly is. And look at this fine piece of engineering there. Look at the step away to the right here. And they have the steps, and everyone's up there. They're having... I think a nutsman could walk through here at any point and sell a few nuts there. Look at them. They certainly are enjoying their cricket. If anything, the stand just seems a little bit higher today. I wonder why. And just behind there's some boats. You might see one just in the bottom corner of the picture there. There's some boats there, and that's where the fishermen, they just get ready for their journeys. And I think a few of them, of those fishermen there, would be on their way out for their work in just a few hours' time.
Yeah, normally the fishermen leave like 1, 2 a.m. in the morning video to go out and for their catch.
Yeah, well, certainly there has been one good catch here already. Webster caught and bowled by Harper for 5. The wickets also to go. Pierre bowled by Gully for 1. Davis bowled by Khan for 1. Telemac out there with Jason Mohammed. And Jason Mohammed looks like he's batting on a completely different pitch. A lovely shot over cover for 6 in the last over. Iraq Thomas will continue. Still medium paces, and Mohammed has hammered that away behind square for 4. So a bit too short there from Thomas, and he made him pay.
Rank long up, what do you say, video, a warm-up delivery, and Jason Mohammed was waiting on it.
Yeah, gentle loosener there, and he's a ruthless character, Jason Mohammed. He's going to put away anything, bad balls here. So just waiting on Iraq Thomas, man behind square on the leg side. Also a deep cover in place, which is Gully. Gully's out there for it. They thought about going for the second run there. Also another player out at the long off position. So those are the 3 of the players on the boundary. There was a mid-wicket in place there for a moment. Anil, he's now brought into a more orthodox mid-wicket position.
Well, what we have seen is Alexander striding out to the middle. And what we have seen from Alexander playing in the Dream 11 T10 tournament, he does have batting ability. So Jason Mohammed could at least trust his partner in terms of building and trying to accelerate the scoring video.
Yeah, it is in fact Alexander. Apologies there, just thought it was Telemac for a moment. It is Alexander. Strokes that one away and will get 1. And Alexander had that nightmare over a few nights ago. He bowled, he conceded something like 17 runs with 1 legal delivery bowled, 8 consecutive wide deliveries, and pulled himself off the attack here. He hasn't bowled since then. Mohammed now pummels that one down to long off and picks up 1. And the approach of Mohammed here, he's picking up the singles readily. Now, if the bad ball is there, he puts it away, but he doesn't allow himself to be tied down, does he?
No, he has that ability to keep finding the gaps on a regular basis video, and that is one of his hallmark of his batting.
So lofted over extra cover. That's only going to be 1 there. So his bowling has left a lot to be desired, but we know all about his hitting ability here. Anthony Alexander, more of a batting all-rounder. So 1 ball to go in the 4th over, and the Rangers chasing down 100 for victory. They are 24 for 3, and they're under the gun once again. Mohammed has hit this one high into the air. Could be caught. Oh, he's overrun it and dropped the catch. In fact, I shouldn't say dropped. He didn't even get a glove on it. And the over ends at 24 for 3.
Hello.
That certainly looks like a good choice tonight, a little Pizza Hut. Dungi, if you're buying, I'll go with you. I'll help you carry it.
So with that catch going down, could that be a significant moment in the context of this game?
Yes, it certainly could be, Anil. As the first ball of the 5th over, ball by Imran Khan here, pulled away. And where's that going to go? It's one bounce to the fielder. And just going back to the last ball of the 4th over, that was a golden opportunity to kill off the game. But the fielder just coming in too quickly, and he muffed the chance.
And it reminds me, Vidya, of that critical boundary that the Leatherbacks batsman hit for 4 in the 3-11 T10 tournament in Trinidad that gave the steel pan strikers a breath of fresh air. So would that drop catch really bring the Rangers to life here and go on in the tournament?
And I know you forced me to mention here that you were assistant coach to the steel pan strikers. So you have twisted my arm into mentioning that here, Anil. I'm going to have to go to a chiropractor to straighten it back up. As appeal for LBW here, maybe down the leg side, but I think that looked very close indeed.
Yeah, this delivery again continues to produce these skitters on the surface, and what is very impressive.
Much in front of leg stump there. Very, very lucky to still be there, Alexander. 26 for 3 now. Khan still holding his head, wondering why that's not out. And Jason, both of these batsmen have now had chances. So Khan just asking the backward square leg to go down to the boundary. There's also a long on and a long off in place for him. Mohammed now didn't know where that one was going too much. Still picks up the single. That's what he does. He's just able to pick up the singles readily to take the pressure off himself and the team.
But Alexander as well, Vidya, he will need to play a very pivotal role in ensuring that they stay on course for this run chase.
So he's getting the singles here, and they'll need a bit more than that because it's 28 for 3 inside the 5th over, and now at the end of the 5th over, 28 for 3, and the Rangers now in all sorts of trouble at the halfway point. 28 for 3, they still need 71 runs in 30 deliveries, so this is going against them in a big way.
And as you see, Vidya, the run rate is hovering just over that 14 mark now, so that in itself will create a lot of pressure on the batters outside there.
Well, that's what those two were discussing there. The tactics, of course, one of the staff for the Buccoo Reef divers, explaining that that's why they will go on to win this one. Animated discussion taking place. There they are. He's explaining, well, that should have been out. Khan did take that wicket. As I say, hello to Vinod Mamchan. How are you, Mr. Mamchan?
I'm good, Vidya Shankar. I'm good. So it's 29 for 3 after 5 and a run rate of 14.2. Should they get home here, Vidya, I think everyone will be happy that they spent that money to come into the ground. Struck away through the offside. That's one. As you were saying off air, I was hearing you whilst you were on air. I was off air. That the singles just can't do it at this point in time. But I think what he has done well here, Alexander, is to give Mohammed the strike. And it's going to be Alfred to bowl to him. Alfred has been good. And so far, so good for the Central Interiors divers at the moment.
Yeah, so far so good. And Alfred has been brilliant in this competition.
So it's down the leg side, whipped away. Did he make contact? I don't think so. The umpire lifts his right leg, not too high, signals the leg by.
And the umpire, of course, does have a connection to Central Sports. He also played for Central at one time, umpire McKenna.
Freedom McKenna?
Another one of the McKennas here. In fact, this is Ronnie McKenna.
And it's driven straight down the ground. That's a lovely shot, and that'll go for 4. proper cricketing shot there on that occasion by Alexander.
Yeah, he hit that very powerful. Trouble with the bat here. He's batting very well.
Slow delivery, not coming through as he would have anticipated, but the previous delivery, umpire McKenna, he was diving out of the way. And then he re-emerged to signal the 4.
Yeah, that was hit powerfully. Alexander, when he hits them, they stay hit, and McKenna was fearing for his life there. Perhaps he was looking for a helmet at that point.
Mohammed is indicating to the umpire that, and Alfred completes the catch. Yes, he's out. So he's given. But just prior to that, Mohammed was indicating to umpire McKenna that Alfred was bowling no balls.
Tipped over the bar here, and the Buccoo Reef divers celebrating for all their might, because that's 4 down now for 35. They require 65 runs in 25, and this is really getting away from them. Just a few overs ago, the scoring rate, required rate was just about 10. Now with every delivery it's going up. It's almost 16 now, so it's going to be difficult.
It reminds me of the Rainforest Rangers game last night, and as soon as Mohammed left, that was it. He's still there though. He's on 17 of 10, but he can't do it alone. So skipper Ned is the man coming in. And the central interiors divers doing pretty well. What a message that their owner, Richard Ramke, soon will be flying into Tobago tomorrow. So he will want to see his team reach the finals.
I know it's all about cricket for Richard in this one. He's not even going to come with his golf clubs, I'm sure. 35 for 4.
Richard plays golf?
Yes, he does. He plays quite well, actually. His sons are also very good players.
Wow.
I haven't seen him for a while on the golf course, so I don't know if his handicap has gone down a little bit. But I'm sure that Richard, you know, they say class is permanent. So I'm sure he'll be able to keep his form if he gets out there.
I'm sure you're not mistaken, Richard, for the guy who totes the bag. There's something called a caddy. This is down the leg side, whipped away, and that's only one. One can't do it with.
I'll let you and your good friend Richard discuss that one. But end of the over, after 6, 36 for 4, 64 needed in 24 deliveries, 16 runs and over. And yeah, the singles are not going to take it down. There is, well, there's Rooksy. Well, told us he was going into the VIP.
I guess things didn't work out. He's now in a line.
Well, he's by Darkies there. I think that's Darkies Specialties. And I'm told that you can get wings there.
Well, he's looking at the menu. He's probably still deciding. You know, he had boasted earlier on that he'll be in the VIP, waving to us. Probably just went up for the wave.
There he is, Sheldon Rooks. And not sure what he's going to get here, but I'm sure he'll be back with it. And he's a very generous fellow there, Sheldon Rooks.
A very nice guy, valued member of our 360 family. And of course, you'll be hearing him during the Regional 40 as well. He's making the long and arduous trip to Trinidad.
He has lived for a period in Trinidad, so he'll be very familiar with the Brian Lara Cricket Academy.
Yes, his family is actually from South, and he has been instrumental in helping a lot of Trinidad and Tobago cricketers in the past. Imran Jan messaged me last night to tell me that it was Sheldon Rooks who took him to England for the very first time to play in the leagues. He wanted to know, where did I find Sheldon Rooks?
Well, right now, if you want to find him, he's getting something to eat.
I think a youngster has jumped the line in front of him. But knowing Sheldon Rooks, he's very calm. He's now progressing a few inches. So at the moment, this reminds me of the Rainforest game last night. I was on air with Ronnie Bikram Das, and he kept focusing on the required run rate. I think at one point he reached the required rate was 193.
Wow. Don't see that often. That's the that's the equivalent of aliens landing on the field.
Well, I can tell you something. If Mohammed goes, that's it. There's probably a 5% chance whilst he's there. There's a fumble down at a long off, and Mohammed should go back for 2.
And if anything, that does speak to the lack of depth in this Rainforest Rangers batting, because once Mohammed goes, it's all over for them. Yes, you expect 1 or 2 batsmen to dominate, but you don't expect such a precipitous decline.
This time that's a wide signal there by the umpire.
Yeah, and the way their run rate declines after Mohammed is dismissed. It looks like the right side of the Eiffel Tower.
Wow, that's a huge hit for 6. And the kids are in danger at the moment. There's a guy who, well, it's a lady. She was running away, and there's a guy who does not have a lot of protection on top. He was camping.
Came off the pavilion when that landed. Wow. Big hit by Jason Mohammed.
2 deliveries in this over. He'll need 2 more of those. Sammy powers this through the offside. That's 6 more. Mohammed is turning it on now.
It certainly is not one of the easiest shots to play, to hit a lofted shot over. Oh, in fact, it's declared 4, Vinod. The umpire just changing his signal there. He's now signaling 4, and he might have to change his signal again because the fielder is still, he's still in conversation with the fielder as to where that ball went.
Well, whilst this was happening, our cameraman was wiping his lens, so we can't say for sure.
Well, the umpire signaled 6. He changed his decision, signaled 4. So I think that's the final signal he gave.
Not getting hold of this Mohammed down behind square, and a very strange decision as Ned wanted the single, and Mohammed is indicating to him, I think he miscounted how many deliveries were remaining in the over, because Ned wanted the single and Mohammed should have taken it. And we take a short break. We'll be right back.
Hello, this is your boy Kenneth Supersad, and I want to big up Quick Scope Cricket Newspaper. Make sure you get your Quick Scope Cricket Newspaper. Kenneth say so. Hello, this is your boy Kenneth Supersad, and I want to big up Quick Scope Cricket Newspaper. Make sure you get your Quick Scope Cricket.
So it's going to be skipper Alfred to continue. He's bowling to Ned, and what Ned should do is to look to get the strike to Mohammed, give the strike to him. 50 of 18. It's not impossible here, Vidya. And they've brought it down to 16.67.
Yeah, it doesn't appear. It's not impossible, but it's improbable at the moment. And especially with Jason Mohammed, well, he's firing well, 29 of 14 deliveries, but there's no one else to continue to fight with him.
Well. Looking to ram that. That's looking to play it down to third man. So the idea is right. He has the right idea. Mohammed is telling him, just allow the ball to come on. rather than push out at it. Again, similar type delivery. This is good bowling here by Alfred. Just back off a leg.
Yeah, a lot faster that one. The hard length, and that one to maybe just getting a little bit extra bounce there. And the two captains battling it out here. That way, didn't know too much about that one.
Sid Gray, who is sitting to the right of us, is yelling good pace. This time he strikes this down to backward point and he's gone. Mohammed is indicating to him he should have just played it for a single. And now with the new rules in cricket, Mohammed has to go back. He's not on strike still.
Yeah, that is Alfred taking another wicket. Alfred has his second wicket in this particular match. 50 for 5, and that looks like curtains now here for the Rain.
Mohammed is still there, but he's not on strike. So 3 very good deliveries here by Alfred. 2 for 6 video from 9 balls.
Yeah, so Jaron Alfred certainly is one of the main candidates for player of the tournament, among the top run scorer. Right now, he is the top run scorer in the competition, just ahead of Joshua James, and also doing the business with the ball. So clearly, he has put his name up in lights here in this BAGO T10 blast. And Vinod, we were talking about the losing streak here for the Rangers. Certainly it does happen when confidence is lost, and in a side like this where there's a variable number of talents here, they're not the only side struggling right now. The Mumbai Indians in the IPL have lost 5 straight. Yeah. So they would know they certainly would know the feeling.
This is in the air again. Alfred could be in the business, and the fielder made a total mess of that one. And Mohammed refuses to run.
Yeah, and of course, if he does run, the catch is not for the first time we've seen that happen. Players come in and the ball drops behind them.
Well, it's another wicket maiden.
Yeah, so we haven't seen any in the first 4 days of competition, and now we've had 2 in the same game here, and both have come against the Rainforest Rangers, and that is no surprise here. They have been absolutely struggling, and if they fall away to defeat here, Vinod, this could very well be the Fort King George Gunners automatically through to the finals.
Well,
I think those are Rangers supporters. They don't look too happy at all.
Yeah, the gentleman in the purple, he's speaking to the gentleman in the pink. I don't think he's very happy. He was essaying instructions a while ago. And the umpire signals that the power play is now in effect. 50 for 5. Mohammed is still there, but an entire over that he did not see the strike. has pushed the required run rate to 25, a quarter of a century.
And there was one before that too. So 12 deliveries you're talking about they haven't been able to score off. This is how poor the Rainforest Rangers have been in this season, and they just have not been able to get things together here. Unless there are a barrage of sixes here, it's going to be the Rainforest Rangers out of the competition.
It's going to be Hooper. And it's ball him! Mohammed, the last hope that they had, he leaves. And I think the divers, the Central Interiors divers, are well on their way to a...
They are still very much in the hunt for the finals, but this should confirm that the Rangers are out of the competition.
Yeah, 50 for 6 at the moment, and you can see Hooper's celebration. It's no secret who's his hero. It has to be Imran Tahir.
It certainly has to be. Now, don't forget, on tomorrow, the matches coming up, that will be the Islanders will take on the Rangers and the Gunners will take on the Divers. Now, that's very interesting because the Gunners, the Islanders obviously just have the one win. The Rangers have not won any matches. So they may still have a final chance here tomorrow. If they beat the Islanders and beat them convincingly, it could be. But I think net run rate is going to be very much against them at this point.
Yeah, if you look at this, I think this game will hurt them a lot. Sammy's gone, and there's our good friend Asif Hooper. I'd like to see that though. I'm not too convinced about that decision. Probably we could get that replay very soon. Let's have a look here, video.
Yeah. Middle, so he's out LBW, and he's on a hat trick here, Asif Hooper.
Well, we've seen everything in this match here tonight, and it's now 50 for 7. Jason Mohammed, I think he's packing his bags there, a video, and he's not looking happy.
Yeah, he looks very upset.
Yep, they depended on him too much. I thought that with Mohammed's experience, he should have been used better with this setup. But I could understand that they were looking to go for homegrown talent as leaders, as the captain. And that was Ned. Hooper is on a hat trick. And he's going to bowl to Josh Telemark. In the air. No one is there. It's going to go into the boundary for 4.
Yeah, he's broken the hat trick. What confidence shown by Josh Telemark. Picks up a 4 off his first delivery. But I think he was... for 12, I think he would settle for figures like that.
It's time down the ground again, Telemark. Did that go all the way? We wait on the umpire. It's 4.
Yeah, Telemark opening up here. Well, the ghost is gone here in this game, so why not have a little fun? Telemark 4. Thousand followers, yeah, 32,000 people who know their cricket. Congratulations.
32,000 people listening to Video Ramfa.
I'll be a first.
It's time again, Telemark. That's a 6, a huge hit.
Wow, Telemark. They might be wondering why they haven't put him in earlier here. 4, 4, 6, 14 of 3 deliveries. Wow, the fishermen are going to try to get this one back in here. But still, there's some life here at the end for the Rangers. They're not going to win this. Certainly they're not, are they?
And the umpire, who's well nourished, is signaling a 6 there. Video.
Hit that one very well. And 7 deliveries remaining. 36 runs to go here. And MAQ has 14 of 3 deliveries. And this is certainly going to get them a bit closer in terms to reduce the damage to the net run rate.
Let's see. Hits his right back tip. He's on court and ball. Hooper takes 3 in the over. That over had 3 wickets, a 6 and 2 fours. That's a highlight reel.
Yeah, what an over this is. MAQ. For 14 of 3 deliveries. 9 overs gone.
Look at Hooper, 4 for 22. We take a short break. We'll be right back. So the final over coming up from Iraq Thomas. It's in the air. This could be out. And the fielder seemed to have lost it.
Yeah, he lost it completely, and the lights there, because he was looking up towards the line of the ball and then suddenly stopped, looking, searching in vain as the ball dropped just in front of him.
See, the issues with lines that are so low as these, when the ball goes airborne like that, it goes into the darkness, appears in light, and you have a very short reactionary period. Well, that's a while, and they're going to take a single. I think these guys, a message video has been sent out to them, whereas this game is really out of their reach now, 32 of 5. The point you brought up earlier about net run rate, I think that is a message that has been sent out to them. Oh, that's a lovely shot through the offside for 4.
Yeah, second ball hammered away for 4. So 28 runs needed, 32 needed of 5 deliveries here. Make that 28 from 4 deliveries. They're not going to get this, certainly not, but it's getting them closer to that 100 mark.
So Iraq Thomas reminds me so much of the man called Fishhead.
It's, of course, Odin Smith, who bowled very well today, I understand. Bowled the final over to clinch victory for his team. And picked up 3 wickets, I'm told.
Wow, that's a big one. That's into the mango tree.
Wow, the fishermen across there are certainly enjoying themselves. Williams just, oh, did he hit that one a long way.
Bowl him. Changing the angle was Thomas going around the wicket. That was well pitched up. He was yorked. And that's the end of
and we could actually see a team totally dismissed in this 10-over game.
Well, the required rate, which will have Ronnie Bikram Das very excited, is 123.5.
Doesn't take much to get him excited, does it?
Oh my. Back to the cricket here at the Sid.
It was cricket I'm talking about.
complex.
He gets excited by stats. He's a statistician, Ronnie Bikram Das, and those sorts of statistical anomalies gets him very excited.
Coming from a man who was a top student in mathematics at that venerable institution, Naparima College, San Fernando. I see your good friend JP is meeting his fans. Jason Prasad. He's probably still talking about that 20 he got last night.
Buccoo Reef Divers about to complete victory number 4 here. Fifth defeat in a row here for the Rangers, and incredibly they still have a chance tomorrow. If they can defeat the Islanders soundly, they still might be able to creep into that 3rd spot.
Well, you never know. Cricket is a funny game. They may even win the title. This is playing away just forward of square, and that's the end of that. 80 for 9, 20-run victory here for the Divers. It puts them in a very good position to challenge the Gunners. But, as Vidya is saying, there's still a glimmer of hope for the Rangers with a playoff to come.
Yeah, and just to remind you, the 2nd and 3rd place teams in the competition will play in that eliminator in the first match, and then the team that finishes on top, which most likely right now will be the Gunners, they will go straight into the final. Now, what's also very interesting about tomorrow's matches is that outside of that shootout, you have to call it, between the Islanders and the Gunners, sorry, the Islanders and the Rangers, the top 2 teams, the Gunners and the Divers, are playing tomorrow. And if the Divers can in fact beat the Fort King George Gunners, they could also go into that automatic spot. So the whole form book can be overturned tomorrow.
Well, it tells me that this competition is still wide open. And we take a short break. When we come back, we have the presentation ceremony that will be done by Sheldon Rooks.
The letter of the day is C. C is for Cricket 360, the #1 cricket broadcasting and media company in the entire Caribbean. Watch now, earlier. If all you like all it cricket, Cricket 360 is your only choice. Watch now. Is local cricket them showing, international cricket, little regional cricket, and then little minor league and things.
In Roxborough, where we've just seen the Rangers crash to their 5th straight defeat here, 20-run defeat at the hands of the Buccoo Reef Divers, who've now won their 4th match. And what a final day we've had. Just to go back over the day's play, what has happened here today, the Islanders, they were not able to get the win against the Gunners. The Gunners have completed their 5th win in a row, so they've left this competition in a very interesting situation. The Gunners are on top of the table on 15 points. Next, after them, the Divers are on 12 points, and with the Islanders on 3 and the Rangers still on 0. We're just about ready to head across to Sheldon Rooks, and he has the man of the match presentation to do in a moment. But tomorrow's games, just to remind you, tomorrow we have 2 matches on tap. These are the final matches in the preliminary round. The Islanders will take on the Rangers. If the Rangers can win their first game and defeat the Islanders soundly, they can actually creep up into that 3rd spot and go into the playoffs. However, so it's a shootout there for that. However, in the other game, the Gunners against the Divers, if the Divers can beat the Gunners, they also can go into the top spot and push the Gunners down into that playoff on Friday afternoon. So that is a very, very interesting last day. And for the neutrals who are watching this competition, that is certainly what we would want to see in this competition. It's come down to the final day here, and even with the Rangers losing 5 matches in a row, they are still not totally out of it. So just about ready for the presentation here, and let's take it over to Sheldon Rooks. So there you have it. Thank you very much, Sheldon. And Rooksy is out there doing the closing. And it is a situation where Asif Hooper has been named as player of the match here. And congratulations to him taking 4 wickets in the game and moving up the charts towards the top bowler in the competition. So as the covers come on, we will bring the covers down, so to speak, on our coverage here today. Just to remind you, victories for the Gunners over the Islanders and the Divers over the Rangers. Tomorrow is full of possibilities. We could have a complete reversal in the table. We certainly hope that you'll join us for that. Join us around 5 o'clock tomorrow for the start of coverage of Day 6 of the BAGO T10 Blast here at the Sid Gray Sporting Complex in Roxborough. On behalf of the crew, I'm Vidya Ramphal saying bye for now.
The letter of the day is C. C is for Cricket 360, the #1 cricket broadcasting and media company in the entire Caribbean. Watch now, earlier. If all you like all it cricket, Cricket 360 is your only choice. Watch now. Is local cricket them showing, international cricket, little regional cricket, and then little minor league and thing too. They're showing all that. So if you know you like your cricket, Cricket 360 is your #1 choice. Me myself, I is not no cricket lover and thing, Me myself, I real cricket lover and thing, But when I see the kind of programming Cricket 360 showing, watch now, I get hooked. Just like how Ramesh get hooked on the ex-girl, same way I get hooked. Watch now, and the thing is, it's real accessible. YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, anyhow you're getting your updates, and you're getting real updates in real time from real knowledgeable fellas. Them fellas that don't go so around thing, them fellas is real knowledgeable fellas. And watch, they have a nice program on a Friday, 7 o'clock that they show on Facebook. The Friday Night Lime, yes, they're giving you weekly updates on all your cricket around the world. So if you know you like your cricket, make sure and check out Cricket 360. Cricket 360. C.
Hello.
The letter of the day is C. C is for Cricket 360.
This is your boy Kenneth Supersad, and I want to big up Quick Scope Cricket Newspaper. Make sure you get your Quick Scope Cricket Newspaper. Kenneth say so.